You're not losing sleep because you're weak. You're losing sleep because your mind has been stretched for too long. Tonight, you don't need to fix your life. You don't need answers for tomorrow. Science tells us that when you stop controlling everything, your body remembers how to rest on its own. This video exists for one simple purpose: to help you let go. Let go of tension. Let go of thoughts. Let go of the weight you've been carrying. So lie still, slow your breathing, and let the most comforting scientific truths gently guide you away from the noise, into a deep, safe, and truly necessary sleep. Before we continue, tell me, where are you listening from tonight? And if these quiet journeys help you rest, like and subscribe so they can find you again. Atom. What if the heaviness you feel right now is just an illusion your mind created? Lie down and feel your body against the bed. Notice the weight of your head on the pillow, the pressure of your back against the mattress, your arms resting heavy at your sides. You might think of yourself as solid, dense, a tired, heavy body that needs rest. But that's not what you are, not even close. Right now, you are made of atoms, tiny, invisible points of light so small that a single drop of water contains more atoms than there are drops of water in all the oceans on Earth. Inside your body, at this very moment, there are 7 octillion atoms. That's 7 followed by 27 zeros. More atoms in you than stars in the observable universe. And each of these atoms, each one is like a miniature solar system. At the center sits a nucleus, incredibly small, incredibly dense. Around it, electrons orbit in clouds, just like planets circling a sun, spinning, dancing, moving at incredible speeds. Never still, never solid. Here's what makes this magical. Every atom in your body has a history that spans billions of years. The carbon in your muscles was created inside a red giant star that exploded long before Earth existed. The iron flowing through your blood right now was forged in the heart of a dying sun. The calcium that makes your bones strong came from supernovas that lit up ancient skies. You are not separate from the universe. You are the universe. A small piece of it, yes, but made from the exact same material as distant galaxies and newborn stars. The atoms that form your hand once drifted through empty space. They were part of dust clouds. They fell to Earth in meteorites. They cycled through oceans and mountains and trees and animals. And now, for this brief moment in cosmic time, they have gathered together to become you. Think about what this means as you lie here tonight. You are not a fixed, solid thing. You are a temporary gathering of ancient stardust. Billions of tiny universes, all working in perfect harmony to create your thoughts, your heartbeat, your breath. You are not heavy. You are not dense. You are light itself, organized into a pattern that can think and feel and wonder. So stop thinking of yourself as a lump of tired flesh. You are billions of stars that have come together to experience what it's like to rest in a bed, to feel soft sheets, to slowly drift toward sleep. You are ancient. You are light. You are made from the same material as everything beautiful in the cosmos. Let that truth sink into your awareness now. Feel how it changes the sensation of lying here. You're not a solid mass. You're a constellation, a galaxy pretending to be a person for a little while. And tonight, this galaxy is tired. These billions of atoms that have traveled so far, for so long, they're ready to slow down, to rest, to simply exist without effort. Your body is not what you think it is. It's not heavy, it's not separate. It's a miracle of cosmic recycling, a universe in miniature. And right now, that universe is preparing to sleep. Empty space. What would happen if you discovered that almost all of you doesn't actually exist? Take a slow breath in through your nose. Hold it for a moment. Now release it gently. As you breathe, I want to tell you something that will dissolve every ounce of heaviness you feel. You are not solid, not even a little bit. In fact, if you took all the actual physical matter in your body and removed all the empty space, you would be smaller than a grain of sand. Everything else, 99.9% of what you think of as you, is absolutely nothing. Just empty space. Peaceful, silent, beautiful emptiness. Here's what I mean. Remember those atoms we just talked about? Those tiny solar systems inside you? The distance between the nucleus at the center and the electrons spinning around it is enormous on an atomic scale. If you enlarged a single atom so the nucleus was the size of a marble, the nearest electron would be half a mile away. Everything between them, nothing at all, just space. Quiet, empty, peaceful space. Now multiply that across every atom in your body. 7 octillion tiny solar systems, each one almost entirely empty, which means you, lying in your bed right now, are mostly made of nothing. The matter that actually exists in your body, the stuff that's really there, could fit on the head of a pin. The rest is emptiness. This is not a metaphor. This is scientific fact. The sensation of solidity you feel, the weight pressing into the mattress, the density of your muscles and bones, it's all an illusion. What you're actually experiencing is electromagnetic forces between atoms, creating the feeling of boundaries where none truly exist. Your atoms never actually touch each other. They repel each other. They float in clouds of space, never making contact. So what does this mean for you tonight? It means the heaviness you feel is not real. That tension in your shoulders, it's 99.9% empty space. The tightness in your jaw, almost entirely nothing. The weight you carry from the day, it's just a feeling, not a physical reality. Because physically, you are mostly absence, mostly silence, mostly peace. Breathe into that space now. Imagine your breath flowing into all that emptiness inside you, filling the vast distances between your atoms with even more space, more openness, more room. Feel your body expanding from the inside, not getting bigger, but getting more spacious, less dense, lighter. This is what you truly are. Not a solid object, but a cloud, a mist that happens to think it's a person. Your boundaries are soft. Your edges are blurred. You are more space than substance, more emptiness than matter. And that emptiness is the same kind of space that exists between planets, between stars, between galaxies. It's peaceful. It's quiet. It's infinite. Let yourself feel that tonight. Let the illusion of solidity melt away. You don't have to hold yourself together. You don't have to be dense and heavy and strong. You can be what you truly are. Mostly nothing. Mostly peaceful, liberating, beautiful emptiness. And in that emptiness, there is room for everything. Room for your breath to flow freely. Room for your thoughts to drift like clouds. Room for sleep to find you without effort. The weight you think you're carrying doesn't exist. It never did. You are, and have always been, mostly made of the same peaceful void that fills the entire universe. So let go. Let yourself dissolve into all that inner space. Let the heaviness that was never real disappear into the truth of what you are. Empty, light, free, particle. What if every worry you're carrying is actually smaller than a speck of dust? During the day, problems feel enormous. The argument you had feels like it fills your entire chest. The deadline you're worried about seems to weigh 1,000 pounds. The embarrassing thing you said echoes in your head like it's the size of a building. But here's what science knows. Everything, when you break it down far enough, is just particles. Tiny, discrete points. Not continuous masses, but individual specks so small you could never see them, even with the most powerful microscope. Quarks, electrons, photons, the fundamental building blocks of reality, and they're impossibly, almost absurdly tiny. Your worries are the same way. They feel massive because your mind makes them massive. But in reality, each one is just a particle, a tiny electrochemical signal in your brain, a small cluster of neurons firing, nothing more. The fight you had today. When you really look at it, it's just a few memories, each one a microscopic pattern of proteins in your synapses. Tiny, finite, containable. So, here's what we're going to do right now. Take all the tiredness from today, all the stress, all the things that didn't go right, all the words you wish you hadn't said, all the moments you want to forget. Gather them up in your mind. Now watch what happens when you see them for what they really are. Not giant problems, not crushing weights, just particles, tiny specks. Each worry is a grain of sand. Each regret is a speck of dust. Each anxious thought is a single particle of pollen floating in air. Small, finite, harmless. See them now. Hundreds of tiny particles drifting in the space of your mind. They're not connected. They're not one giant mass. They're separate little points. And here's the beautiful part about particles. They can drift away, one by one, carried off by the gentle breeze of your breath. Breathe in slowly. As you breathe out, watch a few particles float away into the darkness. They don't disappear completely. They just drift beyond where you can see them, beyond where they matter. Breathe in again. Breathe out. A few more particles drift off. The cloud of worries getting smaller, more dispersed, less dense. This is the truth of what troubles you. It feels solid, but it's not. It's just a collection of tiny separate particles, and particles can be scattered. They can spread out. They can become so diffused that they no longer have any weight at all. Keep breathing. Keep watching those tiny specks drift away. The argument? Just a few particles now, floating harmlessly in the distance. The worry about tomorrow? A couple of specks barely visible anymore? The embarrassment? A single grain of dust tumbling away into nothing. You don't have to solve anything tonight. You don't have to fix anything. You just have to see it clearly. See that what felt like a mountain is actually just a handful of dust. See that what felt crushing is actually weightless. Particles. Nothing but particles. And particles can't hurt you when they're scattered and small and drifting away. Let them go now. All of them. Watch them float off into the vast space around you. Some drift up toward the ceiling. Some sink down through the floor. Some scatter sideways into the walls. They're leaving. Not forever, maybe. But for tonight, they're going away. Getting smaller, more distant, less important. And what's left? Just you. Just this body made of different particles. Peaceful particles. Resting particles. Particles that know how to slow down and be still. You are not your worries. Your worries are just tiny specks that happen to be nearby for a while. But now they're drifting away, and you can rest. Electron Cloud. What if you don't have to hold yourself together anymore? During the day, you work hard to maintain yourself, to keep your boundaries clear, to know where you end and the world begins. You hold yourself together with effort and will and constant attention. But that's not how you're actually built, not at the deepest level. Scientists used to think electrons orbited atoms in neat, predictable paths, perfect circles like planets around a sun. But when they looked closer, they discovered something strange and beautiful. Electrons don't orbit in lines. They exist in clouds, fuzzy, blurred probability clouds, where they might be here or there or anywhere in between. They don't have a fixed position. They're smeared out across space, existing in many places at once. This is what you're made of. Not solid edges, but clouds. Your body right now, it doesn't have a sharp boundary. At the atomic level, you're fuzzy, blurred. Your skin doesn't end in a clear line. It fades out gradually into the air around you. Electrons from your body extending into the space of the room. Electrons from the air penetrating into you. The border between you and everything else is soft, undefined, like mist blending into fog. So stop trying to hold a clear shape. Stop trying to maintain sharp edges. Let yourself blur. Let yourself become cloud-like, soft around the edges, undefined. Comfortable with not knowing exactly where you end and the bed begins. Feel it happening now. Your arms, they're not solid limbs anymore. They're gentle clouds of electrons spreading softly across the sheets. Your legs, not dense and heavy, but misty and light, their edges dissolving into the mattress beneath you. Your whole body losing its outline, becoming softer, vaguer, more like morning fog settling over a quiet lake. This is what it feels like to stop holding yourself together. To let your electron clouds expand and relax, to blur into your surroundings. You're not disappearing. You're just becoming what you truly are at the quantum level. A probability cloud, a soft presence. Not a hard object, but a gentle suggestion of form. Your head is a cloud resting on another cloud called a pillow. Your chest is a mist rising and falling with each breath. Your boundaries are so soft now, you can barely tell where your body ends and the darkness of the room begins. And that's perfect. That's natural. That's how you're supposed to be when you let go. The room around you is filled with your electron clouds now. You've expanded beyond your skin. You're touching the walls without moving. You're blending with the air. You're everywhere and nowhere, defined and undefined, here and not quite here. This is the gift of being an electron cloud. You don't have to be precise. You don't have to be contained. You can spread out, relax, soften, become as vague and gentle as you need to be. Let yourself be blurry tonight. Let your edges dissolve. You are mist. You are fog. You are a soft cloud of possibility, settling peacefully into sleep. Vibration. Can you feel the secret lullaby your body has been singing since the moment you were born? Everything is moving. Right now. Even though you feel still, even though you're lying motionless in your bed, every single part of you is vibrating, humming, oscillating at frequencies too high and too low for you to hear. Your heart is beating a rhythm, lub, dub, lub, dub, a steady pulse that's been playing since before you were born. Your lungs are expanding and contracting in waves, in, out, out, a tide that never stops. Your blood is flowing through thousands of miles of vessels, a river system inside you, always moving, always circulating. But it goes deeper than that. Every cell in your body is vibrating. The molecules inside each cell are jiggling with thermal energy. The atoms that make up those molecules are oscillating. The electrons are spinning. The quarks inside the protons and neutrons are vibrating at unimaginable speeds. Nothing is still. Everything is in constant motion, constant vibration. Scientists know that if you could hear all these vibrations together, your body would sound like a symphony. Trillions of instruments, each playing its own note. Your heart is the bass drum. Your breath is the wind section. Your nerves are strings, carrying electrical pulses like bow strokes. Your cells are chimes, each one ringing at its own frequency. Together, they create a song. Your song, the sound of being alive. And here's the beautiful part. This song changes throughout the day. When you're stressed, the tempo speeds up. The notes get sharper. The harmony becomes more chaotic. But when you relax, when you let go, everything starts to slow down. The rhythm becomes steadier. The notes get softer. The harmony smooths out into something peaceful and coherent. That's what's happening right now. As you lie here, as you breathe slowly, your body's vibrations are shifting into a different key, a slower frequency, a gentler song. Your heart rate is decreasing. Your breathing is deepening. Your brain waves are lengthening, slowing down from the rapid beta waves of alertness into the long, rolling alpha waves of relaxation. Listen to it now, not with your ears, but with your whole body. Can you feel the gentle hum in your chest? That's your heart, beating its steady rhythm. Can you sense the rise and fall of your rib cage? That's your lungs, breathing their ancient pattern. Can you detect the subtle tingling in your fingers and toes? That's your blood, pulsing through capillaries, vibrating with life. This is your lullaby. This is the song your body sings to itself when it's ready to sleep. It's been singing this same song for your entire life. Every night, when you let go, when you stop trying to control everything, your body remembers this frequency, this peaceful vibration, this slow, gentle hum. And the more you relax, the slower it gets, the softer it becomes, your heart rate dropping, your breath deepening, your brain waves getting longer and smoother, everything in you tuning to the same peaceful frequency. Coherence, harmony, all your trillions of vibrations finding the same gentle rhythm. You don't have to do anything to make this happen. Your body knows how. It's done this thousands of times before. You just have to let it. Let the song slow down. Let the vibrations soften. Let yourself tune in to the frequency of sleep. It's always there, waiting for you. This ancient lullaby, this peaceful hum, the sound of your body singing you home. Frequency. What if falling asleep is just like tuning a radio from static to music? Your brain is electric. Right now, billions of neurons are firing, creating waves of electrical activity that ripple through your skull. Scientists can measure these waves, and they've discovered something beautiful. Your consciousness operates at different frequencies, like a radio that can tune to different stations. When you're alert and focused, your brain vibrates fast. Beta waves, 14 to 30 cycles per second. Quick, sharp, active. This is the frequency of thinking, planning, worrying. This is the static-filled station of daily life. But as you relax, something shifts. The frequency slows down. your brain begins producing alpha waves, 8 to 13 cycles per second, slower, smoother. This is the frequency of calm, of creativity, of daydreaming. The static clears a little. The music starts to come through. And when you're about to fall asleep, the frequency drops even lower. Theta waves, 4 to 7 cycles per second. Long, rolling, peaceful waves. This is the frequency of meditation, of deep relaxation, of the edge between awake and asleep. The music is clear now, soft and distant like a lullaby playing in another room. This is what we're doing right now. We're tuning your brain's frequency, turning the dial slowly from beta to alpha to theta, from static to music, from noise to peace. And the tool we use is your breath. Breathe in slowly through your nose. Count to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold for a moment. Now breathe out even more slowly through your mouth. Count to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Feel what happens. That long, slow exhale triggers your parasympathetic nervous system. It sends a signal to your brain. It's safe. You can slow down now. Do it again. In for 4. Hold. Out for 6. Each time you breathe like this, you're lowering the frequency. The beta waves are fading. The alpha waves are getting stronger. Your brain is tuning itself to a more peaceful station. Keep breathing. In, hold, out. Feel your thoughts slowing down. The rapid-fire worry thoughts of beta waves, they're spacing out now. More gaps between them. More silence. Your mind is producing fewer thoughts per second. The frequency is dropping. Alpha waves washing through your brain like gentle ocean swells. Your heart is following along too. With each slow breath out, your heart rate decreases slightly. Your whole cardiovascular system is tuning to this slower frequency. Your blood pressure dropping, your muscles releasing, everything in you finding the same peaceful rhythm. Breathe again, slower now. In for 4. Out for 8. The frequency keeps dropping. You're approaching theta now. Those long, slow brain waves that signal the edge of sleep. Your eyelids are getting heavy because holding them open requires beta wave energy. And you don't have much of that left. You're running on alpha now, drifting toward theta. The thoughts that do come are different now. Not sharp and clear, but vague and dreamy. Images without logic, feelings without words. This is theta. This is the frequency where dreams begin, where consciousness starts to dissolve into something softer and stranger. Keep breathing. Let the frequency keep falling. You're turning the dial all the way down now, past theta toward delta, the slowest waves. 0.5 to 3 cycles per second. The frequency of deep, dreamless sleep, of restoration, of complete letting go. You can't force this frequency. You can only allow it. But with each breath, you're creating the conditions. You're tuning the radio of your consciousness to the station that plays the music of sleep. And soon, very soon, that music will be all that remains. Wave. What if your body could flow like water instead of feeling stuck in one position? You've been thinking of yourself as a solid thing all day, a body with fixed boundaries, arms that stay arms, legs that stay legs, everything locked in place, held together by skin and bone, and the belief that you're supposed to maintain a shape. But that's not what you really are, not at the quantum level. Everything in the universe has a wave nature. Light travels as waves. Sound moves in waves. And you, made of the same fundamental particles as everything else, you're a wave too. Right now, not metaphorically, literally. Every particle in your body is also a wave, rippling through space and time. So let's stop pretending you're solid. Let's let you become what you truly are. Water, waves, energy that flows. Start with your feet. Feel them at the end of your legs. Now imagine they're not solid anymore. They're becoming liquid, like ice melting into water, the tension in your toes releasing, the arches of your feet softening, your ankles loosening. Everything below your knees is turning into warm water, pooling gently in the shape of your feet. Now feel that liquid quality moving up, your calves melting, the backs of your knees dissolving, your thighs becoming heavy and fluid like honey. Both legs now are waves of warm liquid flowing down toward your feet, but held loosely in the container of your skin. Not rigid, not tense, just flowing, settling, finding their lowest, most relaxed position. The wave is moving up into your hips now, your lower back. Feel the solid tension releasing, everything becoming more fluid. Your spine is not a rigid pole anymore. It's a gentle river flowing from your tailbone up toward your head, each vertebra loosening, each disc between them softening like butter melting. Your belly, your chest, let them become water too, rising and falling with each breath like waves on a shore, up and down, in and out. Your ribcage is not a cage anymore. It's a tide, expanding, contracting, flowing in its ancient rhythm. Feel it in your arms now. Your shoulders melting off the tension they've been holding all day. Your upper arms, your elbows, your forearms, all becoming liquid. Your hands, so often tight and gripping, now soft and open. Fingers slightly curled like seaweed floating in gentle current. Everything from your shoulders to your fingertips is now a warm stream flowing peacefully down along your sides. And finally, your head, your jaw unclenching, your tongue resting soft in your mouth, your eyes so gentle now behind your eyelids, your forehead smooth as still water. Your whole head is floating on the pillow like a boat on a calm lake, rocking slightly with each breath, peaceful, supported, free. You are not solid anymore. You are waves. Gentle waves of energy and sensation flowing through the shape that used to be your body. And waves don't fight. Waves don't hold tension. Waves just flow. They rise and fall. They move and settle. They find their natural level and rest there effortlessly. Feel yourself flowing now, not going anywhere, but flowing in place, like a slow river that's content to stay in its bed, like waves that rise and fall in the same spot forever, moving but not leaving, changing but not going anywhere, just flowing, softly, endlessly, in the peaceful rhythm of breath and pulse and life. You are liquid. You are waves. You are water that learned to dream. And water doesn't worry. Water doesn't plan. Water just flows to where it's supposed to be. And right now, you're flowing towards sleep. De Broglie. Wavelength. What happens when you stop moving and your wave nature takes over? There's a strange rule in quantum physics. The slower something moves, the more it behaves like a wave. Fast-moving particles act like tiny bullets, sharp and defined. But slow them down, bring them nearly to rest, and something magical happens. They spread out. They become waves, soft, extended, no longer confined to one point in space. This is called the de Broglie wavelength, and it applies to you. Right now, all day you've been moving, walking, driving, reaching, turning. All that movement kept you particle-like, defined, contained. You were here, then there, then somewhere else. Always a specific location, always a defined point in space. But now you've stopped. You're lying still. Your body is barely moving except for the gentle rise and fall of breathing. And according to the laws of physics, this is when your wave nature emerges. This is when you start to spread out. Feel it beginning. Your edges, the boundaries of your skin, they're not as sharp as they were. There's a fuzziness creeping in. Your body is starting to extend beyond itself. Not physically moving, but spreading. Like a drop of ink in still water, slowly diffusing outward. Your left hand, it's on the bed beside you. But where exactly does it end? The more still you become, the harder it is to say. There's a version of you where your hand ends at your fingertips. But there's also a version spreading out slightly beyond that, into the sheet, into the air. Your hand is becoming a probability wave, a cloud of possible positions, all existing at once. Your feet, same thing. The more motionless you are, the more they blur at the edges. They're here, yes, but they're also slightly to the left, slightly to the right, up, down, all directions at once, very slightly, very gently, but spreading nonetheless. Your wave function is expanding. This is what stillness does at the quantum level. It allows you to be in more than one place at once. Not in a big dramatic way, just a subtle spreading, a gentle expansion. The more still you become, the more you spread. So let yourself be completely still now. Don't move a muscle. Don't shift position. Just be utterly, perfectly motionless. And feel what happens. Your body is dissolving into the room, not disappearing, just extending, spreading. Your wave function growing larger, encompassing the bed, reaching toward the walls, touching the ceiling, spreading down through the floor. You are no longer just in your body. You are in the whole room now. Your consciousness, your presence, your wave function, it's everywhere at once. You're in every corner, against every surface. You fill the space like light fills a room when you turn on a lamp. Everywhere, all at once. No longer condensed into one small point called a body. This is the gift of being still. When you stop moving, you stop being a particle confined to one location. You become a wave. You spread out. You fill space. You exist in many places simultaneously. You are no longer small and separate. You are expanded, diffused, everywhere and nowhere. Let yourself spread even further now, beyond the room, into the hallway, through the walls, out into the night. Your wave function is expanding to encompass the whole house, the whole neighborhood, spreading outward like ripples on a pond, further and further, larger and larger. You are not contained anymore. You are not limited to one small body and one small bed. You are a wave. You are everywhere this wave reaches, and the stiller you become, the further it spreads. So be still, be quiet, be motionless, and let yourself expand into everything. Let your wave nature take over. Let yourself be everywhere at once, peaceful, spread out, no longer bound to a single point in space. You are not here. You are not there. You are the wave itself, extended, diffused, everywhere and nowhere, just like you're supposed to be when you're perfectly, completely still. Wave-particle duality. What if you could be two opposite things at the exact same time? Science discovered something impossible, something that breaks every rule of logic. A single electron, a single photon, a single particle of anything can be two completely different things at once. It can be a particle, small and precise and located in one spot. And it can also be a wave, spread out and flowing, and everywhere at once. Not one or the other. Both, simultaneously, at the exact same moment. They call it wave-particle duality. And it's not a mistake. It's not a glitch in reality. It's the fundamental nature of everything, including you. Right now, lying in this bed, you are both things at once. You are a particle, a specific body, a definite person with a name and a history. You're right here in this exact location, on this bed, in this room, solid, present, defined. But you're also a wave, spread out, flowing, extended through space. Not just here, but everywhere your consciousness can reach. In your memories of yesterday, in your dreams of tomorrow, in thoughts of people far away. You're not confined to this single point. You're everywhere at once. And here's the beautiful part. You don't have to choose. During the day, the world forces you to choose. Be one thing. Be defined. Be specific. Be a particle with a job and responsibilities and a clear identity. But not now. Not in this liminal space between awake and asleep. Right now, you can be both. You can feel your body, solid and real, pressing into the mattress. That's the particle nature of you. Definite, located, real. And at the same time, you can feel yourself spreading out, dissolving, becoming wave-like, extending beyond your skin into the room, into the night, into the space between thoughts. That's the wave nature of you. Undefined, everywhere, free. Both are true. Both are real. You don't have to pick one. You can be grounded and floating at the same time, heavy and weightless simultaneously, here and everywhere at once. Feel your feet, solid on the bed. That's the particle. Now feel them as waves, dissolving into warmth and sensation. That's the wave. Both, at once. Neither one cancelling out the other. Feel your breath. Definite air moving in and out of definite lungs. Particle. But also feel it as a wave of energy flowing through you, connecting you to the air in the room, to the oxygen created by trees miles away, to the whole breathing planet. Wave. Both true. Both happening right now. This is the gift of duality. You don't have to resolve into one thing. You don't have to be just a body or just a spirit, just grounded or just transcendent, just here or just everywhere. You can be all of it, simultaneously, peacefully, without contradiction. The universe allows it. In fact, the universe insists on it. Everything exists in this dual state, defined and undefined, located and spread out, particle and wave. And tonight, you get to experience what that feels like, to be two impossible things at once. So relax into both. Be solid in your body and weightless in your spirit. Be right here on this bed and spread out across the cosmos. Be a person with a name, and also be pure consciousness without identity. Be particle and wave. Be everything and nothing. Be both. This is what you are. This is what everything is. Not one thing, not the other. Both. Always, forever. And in that duality, there is perfect peace. Because you don't have to choose. You don't have to become one thing. You can be everything you are, all at once, without conflict. Particle and wave, body and spirit, here and everywhere, asleep and awake, both, always, now. The Higgs Field. What would it feel like if gravity suddenly let go of you? There's an invisible field that fills all of space. You can't see it, you can't touch it, but right now you're swimming in it. It's called the Higgs Field, and it's the reason you have weight. The reason you feel heavy, the reason gravity can pull on you at all. Here's how it works. Particles moving through the Higgs field get slowed down. They interact with it, and that interaction creates what we experience as mass. The more a particle interacts with this field, the heavier it becomes. Your body, made of trillions of particles all interacting with the Higgs field, feels heavy because of this constant interaction. But what if you could turn it off? What if, just for tonight, you could imagine the Higgs field fading away around you? What if those particles that make up your body could stop interacting with it? What would happen? You would become weightless. Not floating up like a balloon, just weightless. No heaviness, no pressure, no sense of being pulled down into the bed. You would still be here, but without weight, without the burden of mass. Let's try it. Imagine the Higgs field around you is dimming. Like someone turning down a dimmer switch on a light, the field is getting weaker, fainter, and as it fades, your particles are interacting with it less and less. They're moving more freely, less restricted, less slowed down. Feel it starting in your chest. That pressure you always carry there, that weight, it's getting lighter. The Higgs field is releasing its grip. Your chest is still here, still breathing, but it's not heavy anymore. It's becoming effortless, like your lungs are breathing air that has no weight, like your heart is beating in zero gravity. Now it spreads to your arms. The Higgs field dimming, your arms losing their weight. They're still resting on the bed, but they're not pressing down anymore. They're just there, light, floating in place. No effort needed to hold them, no heaviness pulling them down. Your legs, same thing, the field fading, your thighs, your calves, your feet, all becoming weightless. Still touching the bed, but not with pressure, not with weight, just touching, gently, like feathers resting on water. There, but not heavy. Present, but not pressing. And now, your head, the weight of your skull, the weight of your thoughts, all of it dissolving as the Higgs field turns off. Your head is still on the pillow, but it's not sinking into it anymore. It's resting there like a cloud resting on air, weightless, effortless, free. This is what it feels like without mass. Without the Higgs field, you're still you, still here, still in your body, but the burden of weight is gone. You're not being pulled anywhere. You're not heavy. You're just existing, lightly, freely, floating in place. And here's what's beautiful. Without the Higgs field, you can't really tell which way is down anymore. Gravity needs mass to work. Without mass, there's no up or down, no floor or ceiling, just space. Neutral space. You could be lying down, or floating horizontally, or drifting vertically. It all feels the same. Weightless, directionless, free. Let yourself feel that now. You're not sure anymore if you're lying on your back or floating face down or suspended sideways. All directions feel equal. There's no pull, no weight, no sense of falling or rising. Just existing in space. Peaceful space. Gravity-free space. This is the gift of imagining life without the Higgs field, without mass, without weight. You get to rest without the burden of heaviness. You get to exist without effort. You're still here, but you're floating. Still present, but weightless. Still you, but free from the pull of gravity. So turn that field down even more. Let it fade to almost nothing. Let your body become so light it's barely there. So weightless you could drift away on the slightest breath. But you don't drift. You just float. Perfectly still, perfectly light, perfectly free. Weightless in the darkness, massless in the night. Free from heaviness, free from burden, free. Fermions. What if you could stop being someone for just one night? Your body is made of fermions. That's the physics name for particles of matter. Electrons. protons, neutrons, the building blocks that construct everything solid, everything with substance, everything that is something rather than nothing. Fermions follow a strict rule. No two fermions can occupy the same space at the same time. They can't overlap. They can't merge. Each one has to be separate, distinct, individual. This rule, called the Pauli exclusion principle, is why you're solid, why you have boundaries, why you're you and not everything else. All day long, your fermions have been organized into the pattern called you, a specific arrangement of particles that creates a person with a name, with a personality, with responsibilities and relationships and an identity. Your fermions have been working hard to maintain that pattern, to be you, to stay you, to keep being the specific someone you're supposed to be. But they're tired now. And here's a secret. They don't have to hold that pattern forever. Not tonight. Not while you sleep. Feel it starting. The fermions that make up your sense of self, they're relaxing their grip. The tight organization, the specific pattern, it's loosening. You're not dissolving completely. You're not disappearing. But you're becoming less defined, less specific, less committed to being one particular person. That voice in your head that says, I am this, I am that. It's made of fermions firing in patterns in your brain, and those patterns are slowing down, spacing out, becoming less insistent. The voice is getting quieter, fainter. Soon it will stop talking altogether. You don't have to be anyone right now. You don't have to maintain your personality. You don't have to remember your name, or your age, or your job, or your relationships. All of that is just patterns of fermions, and those patterns can relax, can spread out, can stop trying so hard to be specific. Who are you without those patterns? You're still here, still conscious, still aware, but you're not someone anymore. You're just awareness itself. Consciousness without identity, presence without personality, being without becoming anyone in particular. Feel how light that is, how freeing. You don't have to be the person who had a hard day. You don't have to be the person worried about tomorrow. You don't have to be the person with regrets or hopes or plans. All of that requires maintaining specific fermion patterns. And those patterns are dissolving now, letting go, releasing their tight grip on being someone. Your fermions are still there. They haven't gone anywhere, but they're not working so hard anymore. They're not holding the shape of you quite so tightly. They're relaxed, loose, willing to just exist without forming into anyone in particular. This is the deepest rest. When even your identity can rest, when even the pattern of being you can take a break. You'll be you again tomorrow. Your fermions will reorganize. They'll remember the pattern. They'll reconstruct the person you are, but not now, not tonight. Tonight, let them rest. Let the building blocks of yourself be just building blocks, not organized into anything, not committed to any shape, just particles, just matter, just fermions floating freely, no longer bound by the requirement to be someone specific. You are no one, and everyone, and everything, and nothing, all at once, because you've stopped being someone. And in that release, that letting go of identity, there is the deepest peace, the most complete rest, the ultimate freedom. You don't have to be you, not tonight. You can just be, nameless, formless, identityless, free. Bosons, can you feel the invisible warmth that's been holding you this whole time? Fermions make up matter, but there's another kind of particle, bosons. These are the particles that carry forces, that transmit energy. that connect everything together with invisible fields of interaction. Photons are bosons. They carry light and warmth. Right now, if there's any light in your room, any glow from a clock or a street lamp outside, that's photons traveling to your eyes. And even in complete darkness, there are infrared photons, invisible heat radiation, bouncing between your skin and the blanket, between the walls and your body, creating the sensation of warmth. Feel that warmth now, the gentle heat of the blanket covering you. That's not just temperature, that's bosons. Millions of photons carrying thermal energy from the fabric to your skin, back and forth, a constant exchange, an invisible conversation between your body and the world, conducted entirely in the language of light particles. But there are other bosons too, gluons, holding the nucleus of every atom in your body together. Without gluons, you would simply fly apart. They're the force carriers that keep you coherent, that maintain the integrity of matter itself. Feel them now, deep inside every cell. Invisible hands, holding everything in place with strong nuclear force, keeping you whole. And then there are the W and Z bosons, the carriers of the weak force. They're responsible for radioactive decay, for transformation, for change. They're why your cells can break down nutrients, why your body can transform food into energy. They're working right now facilitating the constant miracle of metabolism, the changing of one thing into another, death into life, food into you. All these bosons, all these force carriers, they're not separate from you. They're moving through you constantly, passing between your particles, connecting you to everything around you. You're not isolated, you're not alone. You're held together by forces, supported by fields, connected by constant exchange of energy, that blanket covering you. It's not just cloth, it's a source of bosons, photons carrying warmth. Virtual photons creating the electromagnetic force that makes the fabric feel soft against your skin. Every point where the blanket touches you, there's an exchange happening. Bosons flowing from the fabric into your skin and back again. A gentle conversation, a tender exchange of energy. Think of it as being held, not by hands, but by forces. Not by a person, but by fields. The electromagnetic field wrapping around you like invisible arms. The gravitational field pulling you gently down into the supportive embrace of the mattress. The strong force keeping every atom of your body from flying apart. The weak force allowing transformation and change and rest. You are surrounded by bosons, swimming in a sea of force carriers. And all of them, every single one, is taking care of you, holding you together, keeping you warm, connecting you to the world. You're not alone. You're supported by the fundamental forces of the universe itself. Let yourself feel that support now. The warmth of photons, the strength of gluons, the gentle transformation facilitated by the weak force. The gravitational pull holding you safe against the earth. All of it is bosons. All of it is the universe taking care of you through the exchange of particles you can't see but can absolutely feel. You are held. You are warmed. You are supported. Not by anything you have to do. Not by anything you have to earn. Just by being made of matter in a universe full of forces. The bosons are there. They're always there, carrying energy, transmitting force, holding you in an invisible embrace that never stops, never wavers, never lets go. You are held, right now, always, forever, by forces so fundamental they'll never abandon you. Sleep in that embrace, rest in that knowledge. You are held. Planck length. What if you could shrink your problems down to the smallest possible size? There's a limit to how small things can get. Not a practical limit, a fundamental one. Built into the fabric of reality itself. It's called the Planck length, 1.6 times 10 to the negative 35 meters, the smallest meaningful distance in the universe. At this scale, smaller than atoms, smaller than protons, smaller than quarks, space and time themselves break down. They become grainy, pixelated. They stop being smooth and continuous and become discrete points. This is the bottom, the foundation, the smallest room in existence. And here's what's beautiful. Your problems can't fit there. They're too big, way too big. Think about what's worrying you. That conversation you keep replaying, that deadline approaching, that relationship tension, that financial stress. All of it feels huge, doesn't it? Like it fills your whole mind, your whole chest, your whole life. But compared to the Planck length, compared to the smallest possible scale of reality, your problems are enormous, impossibly gigantic. They couldn't squeeze into that tiny space if they tried. They're too big to fit in the fundamental building blocks of reality. So let's go there. Let's shrink down past the size of your body, down past cells, past molecules, past atoms, past protons and neutrons, past quarks, down to the Planck scale, the smallest room in all of existence. Look around. At this scale, nothing exists the way it does up there in the big world. Space is foamy, bubbly, uncertain. Time doesn't flow smoothly. Cause and effect break down. Nothing from the everyday world can exist here. It's too small, too fundamental, too pure. And your worries? They can't follow you here. They're made of thoughts. Thoughts are made of neural patterns. Neural patterns are huge compared to this scale. They exist up there in the macro world of biology and chemistry. Down here, at the Planck length, there's no room for them. They can't fit. They're too big, too complex, too dependent on large-scale structure. This is the one place in the universe where your problems literally cannot exist. They're too large. They require too much space. They need neurons and synapses and memories and time. And none of that exists down here. Down here, there's only the fundamental substrate of reality. Pure, simple, problem-free. Feel how peaceful it is, how quiet, how completely free of everything that worries you. No past, no future, no identity, no problems. Just the basic fabric of existence, humming along at the smallest possible scale. Stay here for a moment, in this tiny, perfect space where nothing complicated can exist. Where the universe is just pure potential, pure mathematics, pure structure. No room for worry, no room for regret, no room for anything but the fundamental nature of being. And when you eventually rise back up, when you return to the scale of atoms and molecules and cells and thoughts, remember this. Remember that underneath everything, at the very foundation of reality, there's a level where none of your problems can exist. They're too big. They don't fit. And that level is always there, always accessible, always perfectly peaceful. Your problems exist at a certain scale, a human scale. But reality goes much smaller than that, and much larger. And at those extreme scales, your worries simply don't exist. They can't. They're the wrong size. They don't fit the space. So, let them float away now. Back up to the surface. Back to the macro world where they belong. You stay here. Down at the Planck scale. Where it's quiet, where it's simple, where nothing complicated can exist. where there's only the pure, peaceful hum of fundamental reality, too small for problems, too basic for worry, too pure for anything but peace. Quantum foam. What if the emptiness around you was actually soft and supportive like a cloud? Space is not empty. That's what quantum physics discovered. What looks like nothing, what feels like emptiness, is actually seething with activity at the smallest scales. Space itself, at the Planck length we just visited, is bubbling, foaming, like soap suds, like the head on a beer, like sea foam on a beach. They call it quantum foam, and it's everywhere. The space between your atoms, the space between your body and the bed, the space filling your room, all of it is foam. Tiny bubbles of space-time popping in and out of existence, creating and destroying themselves trillions of times per second, a constant churning at the foundation of reality. But here's what makes this beautiful. Foam is soft. Foam is supportive. Foam holds you gently. Imagine lying on a cloud. Not a real cloud made of water vapor, but the cloud from a child's dream. Soft, billowy, perfectly supportive. That's what you're actually lying on right now. Not a solid mattress, but quantum foam. The space beneath you is not hard, empty space. It's bubbling, foaming, creating a soft, ever-changing surface that molds perfectly to your shape. Feel it now, the space under your back. It's not solid, it's foam. Tiny bubbles rising up to support you, conforming to every curve of your spine, filling in every gap. The space under your shoulders foaming up to hold them. The space under your hips bubbling up to support their weight. The space under your legs creating a perfect cradle of quantum bubbles. Every point where your body meets the bed, the quantum foam is working, adjusting, bubbling up where you need support, receding where you don't, creating a perfectly customized surface that changes moment to moment to give you exactly the support you need. And it's not just under you, it's around you too. The air you're breathing is not empty space, it's quantum foam, soft, gentle. Each breath you take, you're breathing in foam. It fills your lungs like the gentlest cloud, like the softest mist, supporting your alveoli, making each breath effortless. The space above you, also foam. Imagine it as a soft blanket of bubbles settling down over you. Not heavy, just present, just gently there. The quantum foam above you creating a feeling of being covered, protected, held from above as well as below. You're not lying in empty space. You're floating in quantum foam, surrounded by it, supported by it, held in a sea of gentle bubbles that conform perfectly to your shape and your needs. This is not imagination. This is what space actually is at the quantum level. Foamy, bubbly, soft, constantly creating and destroying itself. And all that activity, all that churning and bubbling and foaming, it creates a kind of support, a kind of cushioning, a kind of gentle holding. Let yourself sink into it now, into the quantum foam beneath you. Let it rise up around your sides. Let it settle down over your top. Let yourself be completely surrounded by this soft, bubbling, foaming space. Let it hold you. Let it support you. Let it cushion every part of you. You're not resting on something solid. You're floating in foam, quantum foam. The softest, most adaptive, most perfectly supportive substance in the universe. And it's everywhere, always, right now, holding you, supporting you, keeping you safe in its gentle, bubbling embrace. Virtual particles. What if your thoughts were supposed to disappear as quickly as they come? In the quantum foam we just discovered, something strange is happening. Particles are popping into existence. Then, almost immediately, they're disappearing again. Electron-positron pairs, appearing from nothing, existing for a fraction of a second, then annihilating back into nothing. They're called virtual particles, and they're everywhere. In every cubic centimeter of space, billions of them are appearing and disappearing every second. Born from nothing, dying back into nothing. Never lasting long enough to be measured directly, but real enough that they affect everything around them. Your thoughts are like this, virtual particles in the space of your mind. A thought appears. Where did it come from? You didn't decide to think it. It just appeared, like a virtual particle popping out of the quantum foam. It exists for a moment. You notice it. You might even follow it for a few seconds. But then, if you don't grab onto it, if you don't hold it and feed it and keep it alive, it disappears. Back into the nothing it came from. This is natural. This is how thoughts are supposed to work. They're not permanent, they're not solid, they're virtual, temporary, born from the quantum foam of consciousness and destined to dissolve back into it. But often, you don't let them dissolve. You grab them. You hold onto them. You replay them. You analyze them. You turn one virtual particle of thought into a whole cascade of thoughts. And then those thoughts don't disappear. They stick around. They become heavy. They become problems. Not tonight. Tonight, let your thoughts be virtual particles. Let them pop up. Let them exist for their brief moment. Then let them disappear. Don't hold on. Don't follow. Don't analyze. Just watch them appear and vanish. Appear and vanish, like bubbles in the quantum foam. There's a thought. It's about tomorrow. It appeared. It's there. Now it's fading. It's gone. Back into nothing. There's another thought. It's about something you said today. It appeared. It exists. It's fading. It's gone. Another one. A random image. A memory. A worry. Each one appearing. Each one fading. None of them lasting. All of them virtual, temporary, not meant to be grasped or held or kept. This is the natural state of mind. Thoughts constantly appearing and disappearing, like virtual particles in space. The quantum foam of consciousness is always active, always producing thoughts. But if you let them be virtual, if you let them disappear as quickly as they come, they have no weight. They create no burden. They're just activity, just energy, just the natural bubbling of a conscious mind. Watch them now. Don't try to stop thoughts from appearing. You can't. They're virtual particles. They pop up on their own. But you don't have to hold them. You don't have to keep them. You don't have to turn them into something permanent. Let them be virtual. Let them appear. Let them fade. Appear. Fade. Appear. Fade. The rhythm of a mind at peace. Thought particles bubbling up from nothing, existing for a heartbeat, dissolving back into silence. This is how it's supposed to be. Your mind is quantum foam. Thoughts are virtual particles. They come and go, appear and disappear. And if you let them, if you don't grab them and hold them and make them solid, they leave no trace. They cause no suffering. They're just the natural activity of consciousness. Bubbling, appearing, fading, appearing, fading, into nothing, from nothing, forever. Coherence. What happens when every part of you finally agrees to move in the same direction? All day you've been scattered, your heart pulling one way, your mind pulling another, your body wanting rest while your thoughts race ahead to tomorrow. Different parts of you operating at different frequencies, out of sync, incoherent. But there's a state called coherence. It's when waves align, when different oscillations sync up, when everything starts moving in the same rhythm, like 1,000 separate instruments suddenly playing the same note, like runners who were scattered across a track, all falling into step together. Your body knows how to do this. When you relax deeply, when you let go completely, all the different systems in your body start to synchronize. Your heart rate, your breathing, your brain waves, they all begin to pulse together, to oscillate in harmony, to become coherent. Feel it starting now. Your breath and your heartbeat finding each other, not perfectly matched, but dancing together. Your heart beats 4 or 5 times for each breath, and those beats and breaths are starting to align, to sync up, to create a rhythm. Breathe in slowly. Your heart beats a little faster. Breathe out slowly. Your heart beats a little slower. In, faster, out, slower. This is called respiratory sinus arrhythmia. Your breath and heart talking to each other, finding their rhythm together, becoming coherent. And now your brain is joining in. The electrical waves in your brain are slowing down to match the pace of your breath. Alpha waves, theta waves, long, slow oscillations that sync with the rise and fall of your chest. Your whole nervous system is finding the same frequency, the same rhythm, the same peaceful pulse. This is coherence. When body and breath and brain all agree. When they stop pulling in different directions and start moving together. And when this happens, everything becomes easier, more efficient, more peaceful. It takes less energy to breathe, less energy to pump blood, less energy to think, because everything is aligned. Everything is working together instead of fighting each other. Feel it now. Your whole body humming at the same frequency. Your heart, your lungs, your brain, your muscles, your cells, all of them pulsing together, all of them aligned, all of them coherent, like a choir that's finally found the right note, like waves on a beach all coming in at the same interval, like a pendulum that stopped swinging and found its resting point. This is what your body wants, this coherent state, this harmony, this alignment, and sleep is when it happens most completely, when every system in your body finally agrees to slow down together, to rest together, to oscillate at the same peaceful frequency. You're almost there now, almost completely coherent. Just let the last scattered parts of you fall into rhythm, that one tight muscle. Let it pulse at the same rate as your heart. That busy thought, let it slow down to match your breath. Everything finding the same beat, the same frequency, the same peaceful oscillation. Coherence. All of you moving together, breathing together, pulsing together, resting together. No more fighting, no more scattered energy. Just harmony, just alignment. Just everything in you finally agreeing to move in the same direction, toward sleep, toward rest, toward peace, together, coherent, whole. Heisenberg uncertainty. Principle. What if the universe itself doesn't know what's going to happen next? You lie awake worrying because you want to know. You want to be certain. What will happen tomorrow? How will that conversation go? Will things work out? Your mind spins, trying to calculate, trying to predict, trying to know for sure. But here's what Werner Heisenberg discovered in 1927. At the fundamental level of reality, certainty is impossible. Not because we don't have good enough instruments, not because we're not smart enough, but because the universe itself doesn't work with certainty. It works with probability, with uncertainty, with fundamental unpredictability built into the very fabric of existence. The uncertainty principle says you can't know both the position and momentum of a particle at the same time. The more precisely you know where something is, the less you can know about where it's going. The more you pin down the present, the more the future becomes uncertain. This isn't a limitation of measurement. This is the nature of reality. And if electrons don't know exactly where they'll be next, if photons don't know their precise path, if the smallest building blocks of the universe operate in fundamental uncertainty, then why do you expect to know your future with certainty? You're made of those same uncertain particles. You exist in the same probabilistic universe. The anxiety you feel comes from fighting against this truth. You want certainty in a universe that runs on uncertainty. You want to pin down the future when the present itself is fundamentally unpredictable. You're trying to do something the universe itself cannot do. So stop trying. Right now, let yourself accept what physics has proven. The future is genuinely uncertain, not because you don't know enough, but because it hasn't been determined yet. It exists in a cloud of probability. Multiple possible futures, all real, all existing simultaneously, waiting to collapse into one reality when the moment arrives. Tomorrow's conversation. It could go a dozen different ways. Which way will it actually go? The universe doesn't know yet. The variables haven't collapsed yet. The wave function is still spread out across all possibilities. So why torture yourself trying to know what hasn't been decided? That decision you're worried about. The outcome exists in superposition right now. Good and bad. Success and failure. All possibilities real and present until the moment of observation collapses them into one. You can't know which one because the universe hasn't chosen yet. This is deeply, profoundly freeing. You are not failing to predict the future. You are living in a universe where the future cannot be predicted, where uncertainty is not a bug, but a feature, where the mist of possibility is the natural state of things. Breathe into that uncertainty now. Let it support you instead of frighten you. You don't need to know. You're not supposed to know. Even the particles that make up your brain don't know where they'll be in the next moment. Uncertainty is your natural state. It's the universe's natural state. That tight feeling in your chest, that need to know, to plan, to control, let it dissolve. It's based on a false assumption. The assumption that certainty is possible, that the future is already written somewhere and you just need to find it. But physics says no, the future is fundamentally open, genuinely undecided, beautifully uncertain. So rest in that uncertainty tonight. Let the future be what it is, a cloud of possibility, a wave of potential, a beautiful, undefined tomorrow that will collapse into reality when it needs to, not before. You don't have to know. The universe doesn't know. And in that shared not knowing, there is peace. There is rest. There is the freedom to close your eyes and let tomorrow take care of itself, in its own time, in its own uncertain, unpredictable, perfectly natural way. Superposition. What if you could be every version of yourself at once? Right now, you think you're one person, one specific individual with one particular life. But that's only because you're observing yourself. You're looking. You're defining. You're collapsing your wave function into one reality. But quantum physics reveals something miraculous. Before observation, before measurement, before looking, particles exist in superposition. An electron isn't here or there, it's both. simultaneously, actually existing in multiple places at the exact same time. All possibilities real until the moment you look. And you're made of those electrons, those superposed particles, which means you have the same capacity. When you stop observing yourself, when you stop defining who you are, you too can exist in superposition. Multiple versions of you, all real, all present, all happening at once. Close your eyes now. Stop looking at yourself. Stop defining yourself. Stop being one specific person. Let yourself spread out into all your possibilities. There's a version of you that's completely at peace. Right here, right now, totally relaxed, totally content. That version is real. It exists. There's a version of you that's accomplished everything you hoped for. Successful, fulfilled, happy. That version is also real, also present. There's a version of you that's still carrying worry, still anxious, still uncertain. That one is real too. There's a version of you that's already asleep, deeply resting, dreaming peacefully, real, present, happening now. And here's the gift of superposition. You don't have to choose. You don't have to be just one of these versions. In this moment, with your eyes closed, with observation suspended, you can be all of them, simultaneously. The worried you and the peaceful you, the awake you and the sleeping you, the struggling you and the triumphant you, all versions superposed, all coexisting, all equally real. This is what sleep allows. It's a state of superposition for consciousness. You're not quite awake, not quite dreaming, not quite here, not quite gone. You exist in multiple states at once, multiple realities, multiple versions of yourself, all present, all real, all happening simultaneously. Let yourself feel that, now. You are the you that's worried about tomorrow. And you are the you that knows everything will be fine. Both. At once. You are the you that feels tired. And you are the you that feels rested. Both. Simultaneously. You are the you that's still processing the day. And you are the you that's already let it go. Both. Together. Now. This is the freedom of superposition. You don't have to resolve into one thing. You don't have to decide which version of you is the real one. They're all real. They all exist. And in this liminal space between waking and sleeping, you get to be all of them at once. The you that needs comfort is being comforted. The you that needs rest is resting. The you that needs forgiveness is forgiven. The you that needs peace has found it. All simultaneously, all in superposition, all real and present and happening now. You are every version of yourself. The best versions and the struggling versions. The healed versions and the healing versions. The sleeping versions and the waking versions. All of them layered on top of each other like transparent sheets. All visible, all present, all you. And you don't have to choose. You don't have to collapse into just one. Not yet. Not now. You can stay here in superposition, being everything, being all your possibilities at once, unobserved, undefined, free to be every version of yourself simultaneously. This is the gift of closing your eyes, of stopping observation, of letting yourself exist in quantum uncertainty. You become all your possibilities. And in that superposition of selves, there is always a version that's at peace, always a version that's already asleep, always a version that's okay. And they're all real, all you, all present, all here, all now. Schrodinger's cat. What if tomorrow doesn't exist yet in any fixed form? There's a famous thought experiment. A cat in a box with a quantum mechanism that might or might not have triggered. Until you open the box, the cat is both alive and dead, not one or the other, both, simultaneously. The act of opening the box, of observing, is what forces reality to choose. Tomorrow is that box. And you're lying here trying to figure out if the cat is alive or dead, if tomorrow will be good or bad, if things will work out or fall apart, if you'll succeed or fail. But the box is still closed. Tomorrow hasn't happened yet. It exists in a superposition of all possible tomorrows, good ones and bad ones, easy ones and hard ones, joyful ones and difficult ones. They're all real right now, all existing simultaneously in the unopened box of the future. And here's what you need to understand. Your worry, your planning, your anxiety, none of it opens the box early. You can't peek inside. You can't know which tomorrow will collapse into reality when morning comes. The box stays closed until it's time. Until tomorrow becomes today. Until the wave function collapses naturally. So stop trying to open it. Stop trying to reach into tomorrow and find out what's waiting there. The cat is both alive and dead. Tomorrow is both good and bad. Both realities exist. Both are true. And you won't know which one becomes real until the box opens, until morning comes, until you observe. This is actually comforting, because right now, in this moment, all the good tomorrows are just as real as the bad ones. The tomorrow where everything works out is sitting right next to the tomorrow where things are difficult. Both in the box, both existing, both possible. And you, right now, you're not in tomorrow's box. You're here, in today, in this bed, in this moment, safe, outside the box. The experiment hasn't run yet. The quantum mechanism hasn't triggered. You're in the one place where tomorrow's outcome can't touch you, because it hasn't been determined yet. Feel that safety now. You're outside the box. The cat's fate is uncertain. But you're not in the box with the cat. Tomorrow exists in superposition, but you're not in tomorrow. You're here, now. In the only moment that's actually real. The only moment that's collapsed from possibility into actuality. Let tomorrow stay in its box. Let the cat be both alive and dead. Let all possible futures exist simultaneously, unobserved, undetermined. None of them are real yet. None of them have happened. They're just possibilities, just potential, just wave functions waiting to collapse. And you know what? When morning comes, when the box finally opens, when tomorrow collapses into one reality, you'll deal with whatever cat you find, alive or dead, good day or hard day, you'll handle it. Because that's what you do. That's what you've always done. But you can't handle it now. Because it doesn't exist now. It's still in the box. So rest outside the box. Rest in the present moment. Rest in the only reality that's actual instead of potential. The reality where you're lying in a bed, where you're breathing, where you're safe, where tomorrow is still superposed, still uncertain, still unopened. The box will open when it opens. The cat will be what it will be. Tomorrow will collapse into whichever reality it chooses. But not now, not yet. Now is for rest. Now is for closing your eyes. Now is for being outside the box, outside tomorrow, outside all possible futures. Just here, just breathing, just being in the one moment that's real. This one, now, safe outside Schrodinger's box. Probability. Wave. What if the future is an ocean and you're trying to grab individual drops? Quantum mechanics describes the future as a probability wave. Not one line, not one path, but a wave, a spread of possibilities. Each point in the wave represents a different potential future, some more likely than others, but all real, all present, all existing as part of the same wave. Imagine standing at the edge of an ocean. The future is the water stretching out before you, infinite, vast, made of countless individual waves, each one a possible path, a possible outcome, a possible tomorrow. And what do? You try to grab one wave. You reach out and try to catch a specific one. This is the future I want. This is the wave that needs to happen. You close your fist around it, but it slips through your fingers. You can't hold water. You can't grab a wave and keep it. So you try again. You reach for another wave, this outcome, this future, this specific path. And again, it flows through your hands. Again, you're left with nothing but wet palms and frustration. This is what planning is, what worry is, what trying to control the future is. You're standing at the edge of an ocean trying to grab individual waves. And it's exhausting. And it doesn't work. Waves can't be grabbed. Probability can't be pinned down. The future can't be held in your fist. But here's what you can do. You can swim in it. You can float in the ocean of possibility. You can let the waves lift you up and set you down. You can ride them instead of trying to catch them. You can be in the water instead of fighting with it from the shore. Stop reaching. Stop grabbing. Stop trying to make one specific wave happen. Instead, lie back. Let yourself float. The ocean of probability will hold you. You don't need to control which wave comes. You don't need to determine which possibility becomes real. You just need to trust that you can handle whatever wave arrives. Feel yourself floating now. Not in your bed, but in an ocean of potential futures. Some waves are tall, some are small, some are gentle, some are strong. They're all coming. They're all part of the ocean, and you can ride all of them, not because you're controlling them, but because you're fluid, because you're floating, because you've stopped trying to grab and started letting yourself be carried. This is surrender, not giving up, not defeat, but recognizing that the future is a wave and you are a swimmer. You can't control the ocean, but you can learn to float, to ride, to move with the water instead of against it. Tomorrow will bring whatever wave it brings. You can't choose. You can't determine. You can't grab the one you want and make it stay. But you can float. You can trust. You can let the wave carry you wherever it's going. And here's the secret. When you stop trying to control which wave comes, when you stop grabbing and start floating, the ocean becomes peaceful. The same waves that felt threatening when you were trying to fight them become gentle when you're riding them. The same uncertain future that caused anxiety becomes an adventure when you trust yourself to handle whatever comes. So float now. Let go of the shore. Let go of grabbing. Let go of trying to make one specific future happen. Just float in the ocean of probability. Let the waves come. Let them lift you. Let them set you down. Let tomorrow be whatever wave it is. You'll ride it. You always do. But tonight, just float. Just rest. Just trust the ocean to hold you. It will. It always has. It always will. The observer effect. What happens to the world when you stop looking at it? In quantum physics, observation changes reality. When you look at a particle, when you measure it, when you observe it, you force it to choose, to be in one place instead of many, to have one value instead of existing in a range of possibilities. But when you're not looking, when you're not observing, the particle goes back to being a wave. It spreads out, it exists in multiple states, it becomes soft and undefined and free. Your world works the same way. Right now, with your eyes open, with your attention engaged, you're observing everything. The room, your body, your thoughts, your problems, and that observation makes them solid, real, fixed, defined. But close your eyes now. Stop observing. Stop looking. Stop paying attention to the world around you and feel what happens. The world doesn't disappear, but it becomes softer, less defined, less rigid, less insistent on being one specific way. With your eyes closed, you can't see the walls. Are they still there? Probably. But without observation, they're not so solid anymore. They're more like probability clouds, likely to be there, but not absolutely, rigidly, definitely there. Your body. With your eyes closed, not looking at it, not focusing on it, it becomes less defined. Is your hand here or there? You're not sure. It's somewhere, in a general area. But the exact position becomes fuzzy, uncertain, soft, even your thoughts. When you observe them, when you look at them directly, they become solid, real, important. But when you stop observing, when you let them drift at the edge of awareness without looking directly at them, they become transparent, ghost-like, less real. This is the gift of closing your eyes, of stopping observation. The hard, rigid, definite world that exists when you're looking at it becomes soft and fluid and flexible when you stop. Reality itself relaxes when you stop observing it. That problem that felt so solid. Stop observing it. Stop looking at it. Stop focusing on it. Feel how it becomes less real, not gone, but hazier, less certain, less insistent. That worry that felt so definite. Stop observing it. Let it drift to the periphery of awareness. Notice how it becomes transparent, how it loses its solidity, how it becomes just one possibility among many instead of the one definite reality. The world needs your observation to stay solid. When you withdraw your observation, when you close your eyes and stop looking, everything softens. The walls become probability waves. Your body becomes uncertain. Your thoughts become ephemeral. Reality itself becomes dreamlike. And this is perfect, because you're about to dream. You're about to enter a state where observation stops completely, where you're no longer forcing reality to be solid and defined and one specific way, where everything becomes fluid and possible and soft. The transition is already beginning. With your eyes closed, with observation withdrawn, the solid world of the day is dissolving, becoming less real, less important, less insistent. The observer effect is reversing. You're not looking, so reality doesn't have to be definite anymore. Let it all become soft. Let the world blur at the edges. Let your problems become uncertain. Let your body become undefined. Let your thoughts become transparent. Stop observing. Stop looking. Stop making things solid with your attention. Just let everything relax into the soft, undefined, probable state that exists when no one is looking. The state that's natural. The state that's easy. The state that leads directly into dreams. Collapse of the wave function. What if you could unchoose everything and return to pure possibility? All day you've been collapsing wave functions, making decisions, taking actions, forcing possibility into actuality. The wave function of what to eat collapsed into one specific meal. The wave function of what to say collapsed into specific words. The wave function of where to go collapsed into one specific path. Every choice you made took a spread of possibility and collapsed it into one reality. And that's exhausting, because you had to choose. You had to make infinite become finite. You had to take all the things you could do and narrow them down to the one thing you did. But here's what science knows. Wave function collapse isn't permanent. It's not forever. Particles that have collapsed back into definiteness can spread out again into probability waves. What was certain can become uncertain again. What was one thing can become many things again. And you can do this too. Right now, you can reverse the collapse. You can take all the definite, solid, chosen things of today and let them spread back out into waves of possibility. That conversation you had, it happened. One specific reality. But close your eyes and let it become a wave again. It could have gone many ways. All those ways still exist as possibilities. Let the one thing that happened spread back out into all the things that could have happened. Feel it losing its definiteness, becoming softer, more uncertain, more like a wave and less like a particle. That decision you made, it was one choice. But let it become uncollapsed. It could have been many choices. All of them still exist in the quantum foam of could have been. Don't hold on to the one reality. Let it spread back out into the many possibilities it came from. Everything you did today, every word, every action, every moment, they all collapsed from waves of possibility into particles of reality. But you don't have to keep them collapsed. You can let them spread back out. Let today become uncertain again. Let it become many possible days instead of one definite day. This is what sleep does. It uncollapses you. During the day, you were one specific person living one specific life. Wave function collapsed, definite, real, solid. But as you drift towards sleep, that collapse reverses. You start spreading out again into all the people you could be, all the lives you could live, all the versions of you that exist as probability waves. Feel it happening now. You're not one definite person anymore. You're a wave, a spread of possible selves. The you that's worried, the you that's at peace, the you that's excited, the you that's tired, all of them spreading out from the single definite you that existed during the day. You're uncollapsing, spreading out, becoming uncertain again. And this is rest. This is what it means to let go, to stop being one definite thing, to return to being a wave of possibilities. Tomorrow morning, you'll collapse again. You'll wake up and become one specific person again. You'll choose, you'll act, you'll collapse possibility back into reality. But not now. Now is for spreading out, for becoming uncertain, for returning to the wave state. Let every decision unmake itself. Let every choice spread back out into all the choices it could have been. Let your whole day dissolve from one reality into a wave of possibilities. Let yourself stop being definite, stop being collapsed, stop being one specific thing. You are a wave again, spread out, uncertain, possible. Anything could happen. Anyone could emerge. Nothing is definite. Nothing is collapsed. You're pure possibility again, pure potential, pure uncollapsed wave function, free from the burden of being one specific reality, free to be everything and nothing, free to be undefined, uncertain, uncollapsed, wave. Quantum tunneling. What if you could walk through walls made of worry instead of climbing over them? In the world you see, walls are solid. Barriers are real. If something is in your way, you have to go around it, or over it, or break through it with force. That's how the macro world works. But at the quantum level, something impossible happens. Particles can tunnel through barriers. An electron facing a wall of energy it shouldn't be able to cross sometimes just appears on the other side. It doesn't go over. It doesn't break through. It tunnels. It exists on one side, then exists on the other side, without ever crossing the barrier between them. This shouldn't be possible, but it happens all the time. It's called quantum tunneling, and it's how the sun works, how radioactive decay happens, how the fundamental processes of the universe function. Particles routinely pass through barriers that classical physics says should be impenetrable. And you're made of those particles. Which means you have the same ability, not physically, but mentally, emotionally, spiritually. There's a wall in front of you right now, a barrier between you and sleep. It's made of worry, of anxiety, of the thoughts you can't stop thinking, of the problems you can't solve. It's a real barrier. You can feel it. It's blocking you from rest, and you're trying to climb over it. You're trying to solve the problems before you sleep, to figure everything out, to worry your way through the wall. But it's not working. The wall is too high, too thick, too solid. So stop climbing. Stop trying to go through it with force. Instead, tunnel. Use your quantum nature. Use the same ability that particles have to simply appear on the other side of a barrier without crossing it. How do you tunnel? You stop trying to get through the wall. You stop acknowledging the wall as something you need to cross. You simply decide that you're already on the other side. You choose the quantum state where you've already passed through, where the barrier is behind you, where you're already in the peaceful space beyond. The worry wall is there. Yes, it exists. But you don't have to engage with it. You don't have to climb it, or break it, or push through it. You can tunnel. You can exist on this side one moment, and on the other side the next, without ever dealing with the barrier itself. Close your eyes. Feel the wall of worry in front of you. Solid, real, blocking your path to sleep. Now stop looking at it. Stop trying to get through it. Instead, imagine you're already on the other side. Imagine you've already passed through. Imagine the barrier is behind you now. Feel what that's like. On the other side, the peaceful side, the quiet side, the side where the worries are back there and you're over here, safe, resting, free. You didn't climb over. You didn't push through. You tunneled. You used quantum probability to simply exist in a different state. The state where the barrier has already been passed, where you're already in the peaceful space beyond. This is possible because barriers in the mind are not solid. They're probability fields, energy walls. And just like particles can tunnel through energy barriers, your consciousness can tunnel through mental ones. You don't have to solve the problems. You don't have to defeat the worries. You can just be on the other side of them, already past them, already free. Tunnel now. Don't try. Don't effort. Don't push. Just be on the other side. Choose the quantum state where you've already passed through, where the wall is no longer in front of you, but behind you, where you're already in the peace you're seeking, already in the rest, already through the barrier, quantum tunneling, appearing where you shouldn't be able to be, existing in a state that classical thinking says you can't reach, but quantum mechanics says you can. And you just did. You're on the other side now. The peaceful side, the quiet side, the sleeping side. You tunneled through, and the wall can't touch you anymore. Quantum leap. What if you don't have to travel the distance between anxious and peaceful? In classical physics, movement is continuous. To get from here to there, you have to pass through every point in between. You can't skip. You can't jump. You have to travel the whole distance. But electrons don't work that way. When an electron moves from one energy level to another, it doesn't travel through the space between them. It disappears from one level and instantly appears at another. No journey, no transition, just a quantum leap from one state to another. It's there, then it's there, never in between. The jump is instantaneous, zero time, zero distance, just a shift from one state of being to another. You can do this too. Right now, you're in the state called anxious, or worried, or restless, or awake. That's your current energy level. And you think you have to gradually travel from this state to the state called peaceful, or calm, or sleepy. You think it's a journey, a process, a gradual transition. But it's not. You can quantum leap. You can disappear from the anxious state and instantly appear in the peaceful state. No journey required, no gradual transition, no passing through all the levels in between. Just a leap, instantaneous, complete, done. How? You stop trying to get there gradually. You stop thinking of peace as something distant that you have to travel toward. Instead, you simply choose it. You leap to it. You decide that you're already there, not going there, not moving toward there, already there. Right now, let yourself leap. Don't try to calm down gradually. Don't try to relax step by step. Just leap. From anxious to peaceful. From restless to still. From awake to sleeping. One quantum jump. Instantaneous. Complete. You're allowed to do this. The universe does it constantly. Particles leaping between states without transition. Energy shifting levels without passage. Light being emitted in quantum jumps of photons. All instantaneous, all immediate, all now. So leap now. Don't waste time on the journey. Don't bother with gradual relaxation. Just jump from this state to that state. From awake to asleep. From worried to at peace. One leap. Now. Feel it. You were anxious. Now you're peaceful. No transition. No process, just a quantum leap from one energy state to another. You were restless. Now you're still. Instantly. Completely. Done. This is how electrons work. This is how energy works. This is how the quantum world works. And you're made of that world. You're made of particles that leap instead of travel. Made of energy that shifts instead of slides. Made of quantum stuff that knows how to jump between states without passing through the space between. So jump, leap, shift, from where you are to where you want to be. Not gradually, instantly. Not by traveling, by appearing, by choosing, by quantum leaping from one state of consciousness to another. You're there now, not getting there, already there. The leap is done. The shift is complete. You're in the peaceful state, the sleepy state, the resting state. You didn't travel to it. You leaped to it. And here you are, instantly, completely. Now, entanglement. What if you're never really alone, even when no one is near? Quantum entanglement is the strangest phenomenon in physics. Take two particles and let them interact. Then separate them. Move them to opposite sides of the universe. Measure one. And instantly, immediately, faster than light, the other one knows. They're connected, linked, entangled. What happens to one affects the other, no matter how far apart they are. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. He didn't like it, but it's real. It's been proven thousands of times. Two particles separated by any distance remain connected, remain one system, remain entangled. And you have been entangled too. Everyone you've ever loved, everyone who's ever loved you, every deep connection you've ever made. Those weren't just interactions. They were entanglements, quantum connections that don't break just because of distance. Right now, lying in this bed, you might feel alone, separate, isolated, but you're not. You're entangled with people across this city, across this country, across the world, people you've loved, people who've loved you. And that entanglement is real, physical, quantum. There's someone out there right now whose particles are entangled with yours. Maybe they're sleeping, maybe they're awake, but whatever state they're in, you're connected, linked, part of the same quantum system. What happens to them ripples through to you. What happens to you ripples through to them. You are not an isolated particle. You are part of an entangled system, a web of quantum connections that spans the globe. Every person you've deeply connected with, you're still connected to. The entanglement doesn't fade with distance, doesn't weaken with time. It's permanent, eternal, real. Feel that now. Feel the invisible threads connecting you to the people you love. They're not metaphorical, they're quantum. Real connections at the level of fundamental particles. You and they are not separate systems. You're one entangled system existing in a shared quantum state. And this means you're never alone. Even in the darkest night, even in the quietest room, you're connected, entangled, part of something larger than yourself. The particles that make up your heart are entangled with particles in someone else's heart, and that connection is instant, immediate, real. If they think of you, you feel it. Maybe not consciously, maybe just as a subtle shift in your quantum state. But the entanglement is there, active, real. If you send love into that connection, it arrives, instantly, faster than light. Because entangled particles don't need to send signals. They're already connected, already one. So you're not alone tonight. You're part of an entangled web of love and connection that spans the world. All the people you've ever cared for, all the people who've ever cared for you, you're all connected, all part of one quantum system, all entangled, always. Rest in that connection now. Feel the threads, the invisible quantum links, the entanglement that makes you part of something vast and beautiful and never alone. You are held in a web of connection, supported by entanglement, loved across any distance, part of a system that includes everyone you've ever loved. And they're all still here, all still connected, all still entangled with you, now, always, forever. Spooky action at a distance. What if love can reach you instantly, no matter where you are? The most shocking thing about entanglement is the speed. When you measure one entangled particle, the other one knows immediately. Not almost immediately, not very quickly, immediately, instantly, faster than light, across any distance, with zero delay. Einstein hated this because nothing should travel faster than light. But the measurements proved it. Whatever connects entangled particles, it doesn't travel. It doesn't need to cross space. The connection is instantaneous, immediate, outside of space and time. And if particles can do this, if bits of matter can maintain instant connections across the universe, then so can love. So can care. So can the bonds between people who matter to each other. Right now, there's someone who loves you. Maybe they're awake. Maybe they're sleeping. Maybe they're across the room or across the world. But in this moment, if they think of you, if they send you love, it doesn't have to travel. It doesn't have to cross the distance between you. It arrives instantly. This isn't mysticism. This is quantum mechanics. Entangled particles demonstrate that instant connection across distance is not only possible, but real. And the bonds between people, the deep connections of love and care, they create their own kind of entanglement, their own instant pathways, their own spooky action at a distance. Feel it now. Someone loves you, and that love is reaching you right now, not traveling to you, already here, instant, immediate, because love doesn't obey the speed limit of light. Love is entangled, connected, instantaneous. You might not feel it consciously, but at the quantum level, the level where entangled particles communicate, the love is arriving, touching you, affecting your state, changing your quantum configuration in subtle, beautiful ways. And you can send it back, right now. Think of someone you love. Send them care, send them peace, send them the wish that they sleep well tonight. And that intention, that love, it doesn't have to travel. It's already there, arriving instantly. Faster than light, spooky action at a distance. The space between you and everyone you love is not empty. It's filled with instant connections, quantum threads that don't obey classical physics, that don't care about distance, that transmit instantly, immediately now. You are connected, right now, to everyone who loves you, to everyone you love. The distance doesn't matter. The time doesn't matter. The connection is instant, active, real. Love arriving at you from across the city, from across the ocean, from across time itself. All of it instant, all of it here, all of it now. So you're not alone. You're never alone. You're surrounded by instant connections, held in a web of spooky action at a distance. Love that doesn't travel because it doesn't have to. It's already here, always here, instantly here, connecting you to everyone and everything you've ever loved. Faster than light, outside of time, real, now, always. Non-locality. What if your mind isn't trapped in your skull at all? Quantum particles aren't located in one place. When entangled, they exist in a non-local state. They're not here or there. They're both. Everywhere their entanglement reaches, all at once. The idea of a particle being in one specific location breaks down. They're spread across space, non-local, everywhere and nowhere. Your consciousness works the same way. You think your mind is in your head, trapped inside your skull, located in your brain. But that's not where it is. Not really. Right now, your mind is wherever your attention goes. Think of a beach you visited years ago. Where is your mind now? It's there, at that beach, in that memory. Your consciousness just traveled across space and time to be on that beach. No journey, no travel time, just instant presence wherever you think. This is non-locality. Your mind is not confined to one location. It's not trapped in your skull. It's everywhere you can think, everywhere you can imagine, everywhere you can remember, all at once. Non-local, free. Think of someone you love who's far away. Where is your mind now? It's with them, instantly. You're here in this bed, and you're also there with them, both places at once. Your consciousness spread across space, non-local, unconfined, and you can go anywhere. Right now, a mountain you've never climbed. Your mind can be there. A city you've never visited. Your mind can walk those streets. A moment in your future. Your mind can exist there too. Not confined by space, not trapped by time. Non-local, free, everywhere. This is the gift of consciousness. It's not stuck in one place. It can be anywhere, everywhere. It can fill the room you're in. It can stretch across the world. It can exist in multiple times and places simultaneously. Your mind is non-local, quantum, free. So, where do you want to be tonight? Not your body. Your body is here. But your mind, your consciousness, where does it want to go? A peaceful forest? It can be there. A quiet beach? Already there. A memory of perfect safety? Living there now. Let your mind spread out. Let it be non-local, not confined to this room, not trapped in this moment, free to exist anywhere and everywhere at once, in memories and dreams and imaginings and possibilities, all real, all present, all accessible now. You are not trapped. Your consciousness is not limited to one location. You're non-local, quantum, everywhere you can think, everywhere you can dream, everywhere you can be, all at once, free, unbounded, infinite, here and there and everywhere. Now, quantum field theory. What if you're not a separate thing, but a ripple in an infinite ocean? Quantum field theory says particles aren't really particles. They're excitations in fields, ripples in infinite oceans of potential energy that fill all of space. An electron isn't a little ball. It's a ripple in the electron field. A photon isn't a tiny particle of light. It's a ripple in the electromagnetic field. Everything is ripples, waves rising up from infinite fields. The fields are everywhere, continuous, interconnected. And you, all the particles that make you, you're not separate objects. You're ripples in those same fields, which means you're not separate from anything. You're not an isolated object moving through empty space. You're a pattern of ripples in the infinite fields that constitute all of reality. You're connected to everything, because you're made of the same fields as everything. The electron field that creates the electrons in your body is the same electron field that creates electrons everywhere. The electromagnetic field that lets you see is the same field that creates light in distant stars. You're not separate. You're part of the field. A temporary pattern, a ripple that rose up for a while and will eventually settle back down. Feel that now. You're not isolated. You're not alone. You're part of the field, part of the infinite ocean of energy that fills all space. You rose up from it. You exist as a pattern in it, and eventually you'll settle back into it. But you were never separate from it, never isolated, never alone. You are the ocean, not a drop in the ocean. The ocean itself, temporarily organized into the pattern called you. And that pattern is changing, rippling, flowing, never fixed, never solid, just a temporary arrangement of the eternal field. Other people are ripples in the same ocean. Trees, stars, planets, all ripples, all patterns in the same infinite fields, all connected, all part of the same continuous whole. You're not separate from them. You're made of the same stuff. You are the same stuff, just organized differently for a while. So rest in the field tonight. Let yourself feel your connection to everything. You're not a separate object that needs to defend its boundaries. You're a ripple in an infinite ocean, part of the field, connected to everything, never alone, never separate, always part of the whole. The field supports you, holds you. You're not fighting to exist. You're just existing as part of the natural rippling of the infinite fields. And when you sleep, when you let go, your pattern relaxes. The ripples soften. You settle closer to the ocean you came from. Still you, still present, but less defined, less separate, more connected to everything. You are the field. The field is you. And in that unity, that connection, that lack of separation, there is perfect peace. You don't have to hold yourself together. The field does that. You don't have to exist alone. You're part of everything. Always were. Always will be. Just a beautiful ripple in the infinite ocean of existence. Universal wave function. What if your breath is synchronized with the breathing of the entire cosmos? There's a concept in quantum mechanics called the universal wave function. It's the idea that everything, every particle, every person, every planet, every star, all of it is part of one gigantic wave function, one cosmic equation, one unified pattern of existence. You're not separate from this. You're not outside it. You're a term in that equation, a note in that cosmic song. Your wave function is entangled with the universal wave function. What you do affects it. What it does affects you. You're part of the whole, inseparable, connected, one. And right now, you can feel that connection. Through your breath, breathe in. As you do, somewhere a tree is breathing out, releasing oxygen. The oxygen you're breathing right now was exhaled by a forest, by an ocean of phytoplankton, by plants across the world. Their out-breath is your in-breath. You're connected, synchronized, part of the same respiratory system. Breathe out. Your carbon dioxide will be breathed in by plants. They'll use it to grow, to live, to create more oxygen. Your out-breath is their in-breath. The cycle continues. The synchronization persists. You're not breathing alone. You're breathing with the entire living planet. And it goes deeper. The atoms in the air you're breathing were forged in stars. The oxygen in your lungs was created in a stellar furnace billions of years ago. You're breathing stardust. Your breath is synchronized with the death of ancient suns and the birth of new ones. Feel it now. Your chest rising. That's not just you. That's the universal wave function oscillating, rising and falling, expanding and contracting. The same rhythm that pulses through galaxies, through oceans, through the hearts of everyone sleeping and waking across the world. You are not breathing separately. You're breathing with everything. Your rhythm is part of the cosmic rhythm. Your rise and fall is part of the universal rise and fall. You're not an isolated pattern. You're part of the one pattern, the universal wave function, the cosmic breath. And as you breathe slower, as you relax deeper, you're synchronizing more perfectly with that universal rhythm, falling into step with the cosmos. Your heartbeat aligning with the pulse of existence itself. Your brain waves matching the oscillations of the universal field. This is what it means to be part of the universal wave function. You're not separate. You never were. Your breathing is the universe breathing through you. Your heartbeat is the cosmos pulsing in one small location. Your consciousness is the universal wave function becoming aware of itself in this particular form. So breathe with it. Let your rhythm match the cosmic rhythm. Let your oscillations align with the universal oscillations. You're not controlling your breath anymore. The universe is breathing you. You're not beating your heart. The cosmos is pulsing through you. You're not thinking your thoughts. The universal wave function is experiencing itself through your awareness. In, out, rise, fall. The same rhythm that's been pulsing since the Big Bang. The same oscillation that will continue until the end of time. And you're part of it. Not separate, not isolated, part of the one breath, the one pulse, the one universal wave function that includes everything and everyone, and always has and always will. Breathe with the universe, pulse with the cosmos, be one term in the infinite equation, One note in the eternal song, one wave in the universal function, connected, synchronized, whole, holism. What if your pain is just one pixel in a masterpiece you can't see yet? Quantum mechanics revealed something that changed everything. You can't understand a system by breaking it into parts. The whole is more than the sum of its pieces. Properties emerge at the level of the whole that don't exist in the individual parts. You have to look at everything together to understand what's really happening. This is called holism, and it applies to your life too. Right now, you're focused on one thing, one problem, one pain, one regret, one worry. And when you zoom in on just that one piece, it looks terrible. It looks like everything. It looks like it defines your whole existence. But it doesn't. It's one pixel, one tiny point in a massive painting. And you're looking at it so closely that you can't see what it's part of. You can't see the whole picture. You can't see the masterpiece it belongs to. Zoom out now. In your mind, pull back. That problem you're focused on, it's still there. But now you can see around it. You can see yesterday, last week, last year. You can see moments of joy, moments of peace, moments of connection and love and beauty. They're all there, all part of the same picture. Zoom out more. See your whole life, the good days and the hard days, the successes and the failures, the love and the loss. From far enough away, a pattern emerges. A pattern you can't see when you're zoomed in on one pixel. A pattern that includes the pain but isn't defined by it. A pattern that's more complex, more beautiful, more meaningful than any single moment. This is holism. The whole is different from the parts. Your life is not defined by your worst moment. It's not defined by your biggest regret. It's not defined by the thing you're worried about right now. Those are pixels. Important pixels, maybe. But just pixels. The whole picture is vast. It includes thousands of moments, tens of thousands of interactions, millions of breaths and heartbeats and thoughts and feelings. And when you look at all of it together, the painful pixels don't dominate. They're part of a larger pattern, a pattern that includes joy and growth and connection and meaning. You are not your pain. You are the whole picture. And the whole picture is beautiful, even if some of the pixels are dark. Zoom out even further. See yourself as part of a larger system. Your family, your community, your species, the ecosystem, the planet, the cosmos. You're one person in 8 billion, one species among millions, one planet among trillions, one solar system in a galaxy of billions of solar systems. And from that perspective, from that holistic view, your problems don't disappear, but they take their rightful place. They're small parts of a vast, interconnected, beautiful whole. They matter because you matter, but they don't define the whole. They're just pixels in an infinite masterpiece. Rest in that holistic view now. Stop zooming in on the one painful pixel. Let yourself see the whole picture, your whole life, your whole world, your whole cosmos. And in that vastness, in that complexity, in that beauty, find peace. You are not one moment. You are not one problem. You are the whole picture. And the whole picture is vast and complex and ultimately beautiful. The dark pixels are there, but they're surrounded by light pixels, by color, by pattern, by meaning. You can't understand the painting by staring at one dot. You have to zoom out, see the whole, and trust that even the dark parts are part of something larger, something beautiful, something meaningful, something whole. Information conservation. What if nothing you've ever loved is truly gone? One of the deepest principles in physics is information conservation. Information cannot be destroyed. It can be transformed, hidden, scrambled, spread across space, but it cannot be deleted from the universe. Everything that has ever happened has left an indelible mark on reality. Nothing is truly lost. This applies to your memories, your experiences, your love, every moment of joy you've ever felt, every connection you've ever made, every laugh, every tender word, every act of kindness. All of it still exists, encoded in the fabric of the universe, preserved forever. That moment when you felt perfectly happy, it's still there, not just in your memory, in the actual structure of space-time. The photons that carried the light of that moment have scattered across the universe, but they carry the information with them. The sound waves have dissipated, but the information they contained is conserved in the thermal motion of air molecules. Every person you've loved, every connection you've made, the information of those bonds is written into the quantum state of the universe. When you held someone's hand, particles were exchanged. Atoms from their skin became atoms in yours. You literally carry pieces of everyone you've ever touched, and you always will. Nothing beautiful is lost. That sunset you watched, the information is conserved. The way the light felt on your skin, the emotion you felt, all of it encoded in the quantum state of your neurons, in the configuration of molecules, in the pattern of fields, still there, still real, still part of the universe. This means your grief is wrong, not in feeling it, but in its basic assumption. The assumption that what you've lost is gone. It's not gone. It's transformed. The person you miss, every interaction you had with them left an imprint, changed you, changed the world. That change is permanent. The information is conserved. You carry everyone you've ever loved inside you, not metaphorically, literally, in the atoms they gave you, in the memories encoded in your neural structure, in the way they changed your quantum state by interacting with you. They're still here, still part of you, still part of the universe. The information is conserved, and this works forward too. Everything you do leaves a mark. Every kindness, every word of love, every moment of connection. The information is conserved. It spreads through the universe. It changes things. It persists. Nothing you do is lost. Nothing you create disappears. The information remains forever. So rest in this tonight. Nothing beautiful is gone. Everything you've loved still exists in some form. Transformed, yes. Spread across space and time, yes. But not destroyed. Never destroyed. The universe keeps everything. Every laugh, every tear, every moment of joy. All conserved, all preserved, all permanent. You are not losing things. You are transforming them. You are spreading them across the universe. You are encoding them in the eternal structure of reality. And they will never be lost, never be destroyed, never truly be gone. Because information is conserved. Always, forever, without exception. Sleep in that knowledge. Everything you love as safe. Everything beautiful is preserved. The universe forgets nothing, loses nothing, keeps everything forever in its infinite memory. You are surrounded by the preserved moments of your life, held in the conserved information of all your love. Safe, eternal, never lost, never gone, always here, always preserved, always remembered by the universe itself. Entropy. What if falling apart is exactly what you need to do right now? There's a law in physics called entropy. It says that systems naturally move from order to disorder. Structure breaks down. Organization becomes randomness. Everything in the universe is slowly, gently, inevitably falling apart. And this is not a tragedy. This is how things rest. All day you've been maintaining order, keeping yourself together, staying organized, being coherent, being structured, being one specific, controlled, organized person. And it's exhausting. It takes energy to fight entropy, to maintain structure, to keep everything in order. But you don't have to fight anymore. Not tonight. Tonight, you can let entropy win. You can let yourself gently fall apart. Let the tight structure of your daily self dissolve into beautiful disorder. Your thoughts don't have to be organized anymore. Let them scatter. Let them become random. Let them drift without connection or logic. This is not confusion. This is entropy. This is the natural tendency of systems to relax from order into chaos. Your body doesn't have to hold its shape so precisely. Let your muscles release their organization. Let your spine curve however it wants. Let your limbs fall into random positions. You don't have to maintain postural order. Let entropy take over. Let yourself collapse into comfortable disorder. Your identity doesn't have to be so structured. Let it blur. Let it become less defined. Let the boundaries of who you are soften and spread. You don't have to be one organized, coherent person right now. You can be a scattered collection of thoughts and feelings and sensations, disordered, random, free. This is what sleep is. It's entropy winning, it's structure dissolving, it's order becoming chaos, and it's necessary, essential, healing. Because you can't maintain structure forever. You need to fall apart sometimes. You need to let entropy take you into disorder so you can reorganize tomorrow. Think of it like this. During the day, you're a tightly wound spring, compressed, organized, potential energy stored in structure. But at night, the spring can unwind, can become loose, can release that energy into entropy, into disorder, into chaos. Let yourself unwind now. Feel the organized structure of your mind loosening. Thoughts becoming random, disconnected, disordered. This is good. This is rest. This is entropy doing its natural work. Feel your body's organization dissolving. Muscles becoming loose, random, no longer coordinated, no longer structured. Just separate pieces all relaxing into their own individual chaos. This is how bodies rest. In entropy, in disorder. Even your sense of time is falling apart. Moments no longer organized into clear sequence. Past and future blurring together. Time becoming chaotic, non-linear, disordered. This is the entropy of consciousness. The natural dissolution of temporal structure that happens when you stop fighting to maintain it. Don't fight it. Don't try to keep yourself organized. Let entropy win. Let yourself fall apart. Let order become disorder. Let structure become chaos. Let the tight, controlled, organized you dissolve into beautiful, peaceful, necessary randomness. This is not falling apart in the bad way. This is falling apart in the way that rest requires, the way that healing requires, the way that tomorrow's reorganization requires. You have to let entropy win at night so you can rebuild in the morning. So let it happen. Let entropy take you. Let yourself become disordered, disorganized, random, chaotic. Let everything that's been held tightly together come loose, scatter, spread, dissolve. This is the natural state, the resting state, the state of maximum entropy where no energy is wasted, fighting to maintain structure. Fall apart, gently, peacefully, beautifully. Let entropy win. Let disorder take over. Let yourself become the chaos you're meant to become each night. Unstructured, unorganized, random, free. This is how you rest. This is how you heal. This is how you prepare to rebuild tomorrow. Entropy, the gentle dissolution of everything. The peaceful falling apart, the necessary chaos. Let it take you. Let it dissolve you. Let it turn you from order to beautiful, restful, healing disorder. Fall apart now. It's safe. It's natural. It's exactly what you need. And with that gentle dissolution into entropy, into beautiful, necessary chaos, you are ready. Ready to let go completely. Ready to stop being structured. Ready to fall apart into the sweet disorder of sleep. The universe supports you. The quantum foam holds you. Your wave function spreads. Your boundaries blur. You dissolve. You rest. You sleep. Space-time. What if your bed isn't resting on the floor but floating in the fabric of the universe itself? Einstein showed us that space and time aren't separate things. They're woven together into one fabric. Space-time, a flexible sheet that bends and curves and stretches. And massive objects create dips in this fabric, curves, wells, places where space-time sags under weight. Your bed is not sitting on a solid floor. It's resting in a gentle curve in space-time. The Earth's mass has created a well in the fabric of reality, and your bed sits in that well. But not rigidly, not harshly, softly, like resting in a hammock, like floating in a gentle depression in the cosmic fabric. Feel it now. The bed beneath you isn't hard, it's not solid. It's a curve in space-time, a soft indentation in the fabric of reality. The Earth below you has bent space-time into a gentle bowl, and you're resting at the bottom of that curve, supported, held, cradled by the geometry of the universe itself. Imagine space-time as a vast sheet of soft fabric, stretching infinitely in all directions. The Earth sits on this fabric, creating a deep well, and you're in that well. Not falling, not trapped, just resting. The fabric curves up around you on all sides, supporting you, holding you, like lying in the center of a gentle depression. This isn't metaphor. This is literally how gravity works. You're not being pulled down. The space around you is curved, and you're following that curve, resting in the natural shape that mass creates in the fabric of space-time. The bed, the floor, the earth, they've all created a soft well in reality, and you're floating in the center of it. Feel the curves around you, space-time bending upward on all sides, creating a nest, a cradle, a soft depression that holds you without effort. You don't have to hold yourself up. The geometry of space-time does that. The fabric of reality itself is shaped to support you. And as you relax deeper, as you let go more completely, you sink further into this curve, not falling through it, just settling more deeply into the natural well, like sinking into a soft mattress. But the mattress is space-time itself, the very fabric of existence, curved into the perfect shape to hold you. Your weight isn't pressing down. It's curving space-time, and space-time is curving back around you, supporting you, embracing you. The harder you press, the more the fabric curves to meet you. The more you release, the more perfectly it shapes itself around your body. This is what it means to rest in space-time. You're not on top of something solid. You're in a curve, a well, a soft depression in the fabric of reality. And that fabric is infinite, eternal. It's been holding planets and stars and galaxies for billions of years. It can certainly hold you. So let yourself sink now into the curve, into the well, into the soft depression in space-time that's been created just for you by the mass of the Earth beneath you. Let the fabric of reality cradle you, support you, hold you in its gentle geometric embrace. You are floating in space-time, not on a bed, not on a floor, but in the curved fabric of the universe itself, safe, supported, held by the very structure of reality. Rest there, sink there. Let space-time hold you in its soft, eternal, perfect curves. Time dilation. What if 1 minute of peace here could feel like a lifetime? Einstein discovered something beautiful about time. It's not constant. It's not the same everywhere. Time moves slower when you're in a strong gravitational field, slower when you're moving at high speeds. Time is flexible, stretchable, relative. And right now, as you sink into deep rest, time is slowing down for you. Not dramatically, not noticeably on a clock, but in your experience, in your perception, in the way moments feel. 1 minute of deep sleep can feel like hours of rest. Time stretches, expands, dilates. What seems like a brief moment to the outside world becomes a long, peaceful eternity for you. This is subjective time dilation, the slowing of experienced time as consciousness shifts states. Feel it happening now? Your breathing is slowing, and as it slows, time slows with it. Each breath takes longer, not in actual seconds, but in how it feels. 1 breath in, it seems to last forever. 1 breath out, an eternity of release. Time is stretching, expanding, giving you more space in each moment. Your heartbeat is slowing too, and between each beat, time expands. The space between pulses grows, not physically, but experientially. Each pause between heartbeats becomes a little pocket of timelessness, a brief forever, a stretched moment. This is the gift of rest. As you slow down, time slows down with you. The 8 hours you'll sleep tonight will feel like much more. Because subjective time dilates, stretches, expands. 1 minute of deep delta wave sleep can contain the restorative value of hours. And in the deepest sleep, time almost stops. You enter a state where minutes and hours become meaningless, where you exist in a stretched eternal now, where 1 moment contains everything, where time dilates so completely that you rest outside of time altogether. Feel yourself entering that state now. Time is already slowing, each moment lasting longer, each breath containing more peace, each heartbeat creating a larger space of timelessness. You're moving into time dilation, into the stretched moments where deep rest lives. Outside, the clock ticks at its normal rate. But in here, in your experience, time is different, slower, stretched. 1 minute equals 10. 1 hour equals a day. You're resting in dilated time now, in stretched moments, in expanded eternities. And when you wake, it might feel like you've been gone for a long time. Because you have, not by the clock, but by experience. You've rested in dilated time, in stretched moments, in the expanded eternities that exist when consciousness slows down enough to change the perception of time itself. So let time slow now. Let each moment stretch. Let each breath expand into a small infinity. Let your heartbeat create vast spaces of timeless peace between each pulse. You're entering time dilation, the slowing of experienced time, the stretching of moments, the expansion of now into a peaceful, restful eternity. Time is slowing, stretching, dilating, and in that dilation, you rest, deeply, completely, in moments that last forever, in stretched time, in the expanded now where deep sleep lives. The arrow of time. What if you could stop looking backward and only move forward into dreams? Time has a direction. It's called the arrow of time. It points from past to future, never backward, never reversing, always forward, always moving on. The past is gone. Not just distant, gone. It exists only as information, as memory, as traces left behind. But it's not there anymore. You can't return to it. You can't change it. You can't fix it. The arrow has flown. The moment has passed. The past is unreachable. And this is actually freeing. Because it means you can stop trying to go back. Stop trying to change what happened. Stop replaying yesterday or last week or last year. The arrow of time has moved on, and you can move on with it. Right now, lying in this bed, you have a choice. You can keep looking backward. Keep your attention on the arrow that's already flown. Keep trying to revisit moments that no longer exist. Or you can turn around. Face the direction the arrow is pointing. Look forward into the only direction time actually moves. And what's forward? Dreams, rest, tomorrow, the future. The only direction you can actually go. The only place time actually takes you. Forward, always forward, into what hasn't happened yet. Feel yourself turning now, turning away from the past, from yesterday's conversations and last week's mistakes and last year's regrets. The arrow of time has already left all of that behind. It's gone, not coming back. Released into the unchangeable past. Turn toward what's ahead. Not tomorrow's worries, not future problems, but the immediate future, the next breath, the next moment, the dreams waiting in the next few hours, the rest, the renewal, the forward movement into sleep. The arrow of time is carrying you forward right now, into deeper relaxation, into slower breathing, into quieter thoughts, into the dreams that haven't formed yet, into the rest that's approaching. You can't resist this. Time only moves one direction, and it's carrying you forward whether you fight it or flow with it. So flow with it. Let the arrow of time carry you. Let the past recede behind you. Let yesterday become more distant. Let last week fade further into the goneness of past time. The arrow is moving. You're moving with it. Forward, always forward. And in this forward motion, in this acceptance of time's direction, there is peace. You're not fighting to go backward. You're not struggling to change what's already flown. You're moving with the arrow in the only direction it goes. Forward, into dreams, into rest, into the only future that exists, the one that's approaching right now. The past is gone. The arrow has flown, and you are moving forward, into sleep, into dreams, into tomorrow, carried by time's arrow, moving in the only direction that exists, forward, always, forever, into what comes next, into rest, into peace, into sleep. Light cone. What if you could shrink your world down to just this bed, this breath, this moment? In relativity, there's a concept called the light cone. It defines what's real for you, what can affect you, what you can affect. Everything outside your light cone, everything too far away for light to reach you from there, it doesn't exist in your reality. It can't touch you. You can't touch it. It's outside your cone, outside your world. Right now, you can shrink your light cone. You can make it smaller and smaller until it only includes what's immediately here. This bed, this room, this moment, everything outside that cone, it doesn't exist. Not for you. Not right now. It's too far away. Outside your reality. The problems at work. Outside your light cone. They can't reach you here. They can't affect you now. They're beyond the boundary of what's real in this moment. The worries about tomorrow. Outside your light cone. Tomorrow hasn't happened yet. Light from tomorrow can't reach you because tomorrow doesn't exist. It's outside your cone, outside your now, even things in other rooms of your house, outside your light cone. If you can't see them, hear them, touch them, they're not in your reality right now. They're beyond your cone, beyond what can affect you. Your light cone is shrinking, getting smaller, more focused, more immediate. It includes this bed, the feeling of sheets against your skin, the pillow under your head, the air you're breathing. That's inside your cone. That's real. That's your world right now. Everything else is outside, distant, unable to reach you. You've pulled the boundary in, made your world small, intimate, immediate. Just this, just here, just now. Feel how peaceful that is, how quiet. Your light cone is so small now that most of the universe is outside it. Most of your worries, most of your problems, most of everything, all outside, all beyond reach, all unable to affect you. Inside your light cone, there's just rest, just breath, just the gentle pressure of your body against the bed, just the darkness behind your eyelids, just this moment, this small, peaceful, protected moment. The boundary of your light cone is like a wall. Nothing outside can get in. The world out there, it's still happening. But it's happening outside your cone, outside your reality, outside what can touch you right now. So rest inside your small light cone, inside this tiny bubble of reality that includes only what's immediate, what's here, what's now. Let everything else be outside, beyond the boundary, beyond reach, beyond relevance. Your world is small now, just this bed, this breath, this moment. Everything else is outside your light cone, outside your reality, outside what exists for you right now. And in this small, protected, immediate world, there is nothing but peace, nothing but rest, nothing but the gentle darkness and the soft breath and the quiet now. Stay inside your light cone. Let the world outside stay outside. This is your reality now. Small, immediate, safe. Just this, just here, just now. Dark matter. What if the darkness around you isn't empty, but full of invisible support? Scientists discovered that most of the universe is made of something invisible, dark matter. You can't see it, can't touch it, can't detect it directly, but it's there, everywhere. In fact, there's 5 times more dark matter in the universe than regular matter, 5 times more invisible stuff than visible stuff. And this dark matter does something beautiful. It holds galaxies together. Without it, stars would fly apart, solar systems would scatter, the visible universe would dissolve into chaos. Dark matter is the invisible glue, the unseen support, the hidden foundation that keeps everything in place. Right now, you're surrounded by darkness. The room is dark, your eyes are closed, you're in the dark. And you might think darkness is empty, nothing, void. But it's not. The darkness around you is full of invisible support. Like dark matter holding galaxies together, the darkness is holding you. Feel it now. The darkness isn't absence, it's presence, invisible presence. The dark air around you is full of oxygen, invisible but essential. The dark space above you is full of the ceiling, invisible in the dark, but there, supporting, protecting, and beyond the physical darkness there's something more, an invisible support structure, not made of matter, made of something subtler, care, love, the invisible web of connection from everyone who's ever cared about you. You can't see it, but it's there, like dark matter, invisible but real, holding you together. The darkness is not your enemy. It's your protector. It's hiding you from the visible world, giving you privacy, giving you space to rest without being seen. without being observed. The darkness is wrapping around you like invisible arms, holding you, supporting you, keeping you safe. Think of dark matter, invisible halos surrounding every galaxy, keeping the stars from flying apart. That's what the darkness is doing for you, creating an invisible halo of protection, an unseen structure of support. You can't see it, but you can feel it. The gentle pressure of the dark, the soft embrace of the invisible. You are not alone in the darkness. You are surrounded by it, held by it, supported by it. Like stars held in their orbits by dark matter, you are held in place by the invisible support structure of the dark. It's not empty. It's full, full of protection, full of privacy, full of peace. Let the darkness hold you now, not frighten you. Hold you. Like dark matter holds galaxies, the darkness holds you. Invisible, untouchable, but absolutely real, absolutely present, absolutely supportive. You are safe in the dark, held by invisible forces, supported by unseen structures, protected by the same kind of invisible presence that holds the entire universe together. The darkness is not nothing. It's everything. It's the invisible majority, the unseen support. The dark matter of your night, and it's holding you, now, always, forever. Dark energy. What if there's a force in the universe whose only job is to give you space? Scientists discovered something even stranger than dark matter. Dark energy. A mysterious force that's pushing the universe apart, making space expand, creating more room, more distance, more emptiness between things. And this force is everywhere. It's the dominant force in the cosmos. It's pushing galaxies away from each other, making the universe bigger, creating space, endless, peaceful, expanding space. Right now, you can feel that force, not physically, but metaphorically. There's a dark energy in your experience, a gentle pushing force that's creating space. Space between you and your worries. Space between you and your problems. Space between you and everything that felt too close, too pressing, too much. Feel it now. A gentle expansion. Things that felt crowded are spreading apart. Worries that felt pressed against you are drifting away. Problems that felt too close are moving back, not disappearing, just getting more distant, more spacious. The dark energy is creating room. Your thoughts, so crowded during the day, are spreading apart now. More space between each thought, more silence between the words. The dark energy of rest is expanding your mental space, making room, creating distance, giving you breathing room in your own mind. Your muscles, so tight and pressed together, are releasing now, spreading slightly apart, more space between the fibers. The dark energy of relaxation is expanding your physical space, making your body less dense, less compressed, more spacious, more loose. Even time feels more spacious, more room between moments. The dark energy is expanding the present moment, making it bigger, giving you more space to rest in now, more room to breathe, more emptiness to float in. This is what dark energy does. It creates space. And space is what you need right now. Space from pressure, space from problems, space from everything that felt too close. The gentle pushing force of dark energy is giving you that space, expanding the distance between you and everything else. Feel yourself floating in that expanding space, not pushed violently, just gently drifting, everything moving away from you at a comfortable speed, creating a bubble of empty space around you, a void, a peaceful emptiness, room to rest without anything pressing in. The universe is expanding. And so are you. Your personal space is growing. Your mental space is stretching. Your emotional space is widening. Dark energy is at work, creating room, making distance, giving you the gift of space. And in that space, in that expanding emptiness, there is peace. Nothing is close enough to bother you. Nothing is pressing enough to disturb you. Everything is drifting away, getting more distant, creating more room, more space. More peaceful, empty, restful space. Let the dark energy expand your world. Let it push everything away. Let it create infinite space around you. Space to float in, space to rest in, space to simply be in, alone, quiet, peaceful, in the expanding emptiness that dark energy is creating just for you. Gravity. What if gravity isn't pulling you down but pulling you toward peace? You think gravity pulls you down, toward the earth, toward the floor, down. But that's not quite right. Gravity pulls you toward the center of mass, toward the biggest, most stable thing nearby, toward what's solid, what's real, what's there. And right now, the center of mass isn't below you. It's inside you. It's at your core, your center, the place where you're most yourself, most real, most solid. Gravity is pulling you there, inward, toward your center, toward peace. Feel it now. Not a downward pull, an inward pull. Everything in you being drawn toward your center. Your scattered thoughts pulled inward toward stillness. Your tense muscles pulled inward toward relaxation. Your worried energy pulled inward toward calm. Gravity is organizing you, pulling all your scattered pieces toward your center, like planets pulled toward the sun, like water pulled toward the lowest point. Everything in you is being drawn toward your core, your center, your deepest, most peaceful self. Let it happen. Let gravity pull you together, pull you inward, pull you toward the center of your own being, where it's quiet, where it's still, where it's peaceful. That's where gravity is trying to take you. Not down, in, to your center. Your breath is being pulled toward your center. Each inhale drawing air down to your deepest point. Each exhale rising from your core. Gravity organizing your breathing around your center, making it deeper, more centered, more stable. Your consciousness is being pulled toward your center. All the scattered awareness, the fragmented attention, the dispersed focus, all of it drawn inward by gravity, pulled toward the still point at your core, where consciousness rests, where awareness settles, where you are most fundamentally you. This is what gravity does. It gathers, it collects, it pulls things together, and right now it's pulling you together, gathering all your scattered energy, collecting all your dispersed attention, bringing everything to your center, your core, your gravitational center of being. Feel yourself settling there, at your center, where gravity has pulled you. Everything gathered, everything collected, everything drawn inward to the still, quiet, peaceful point at the core of your being. You are not being pulled down. You are being pulled to center, to peace, to the gravitational well at your core where everything settles, where everything rests, where everything finds its natural position. Let gravity finish its work. Let it pull the last scattered pieces inward. Let it gather the final fragments. Let it draw everything to center, to your center, to the peaceful, still, quiet core, where gravity has been trying to take you all along, not down, in, to the center of peace, the center of rest, the center of you. Cosmic microwave background. What if the gentle hum you hear is the universe singing you to sleep? After the Big Bang, the universe was hot, incredibly hot, a soup of energy and particles, and then it cooled. And as it cooled, it released light. A cosmic flash, the first light of the universe. That light is still here, still traveling, still filling all of space. But it's been stretched by the expansion of the universe, stretched from visible light into microwaves, into a faint glow that fills everything. The cosmic microwave background, the afterglow of creation, the oldest light in the universe. And if you could hear it, if you could convert it to sound, it would be a hum. A gentle, constant hum. The sound of the universe itself, the echo of the Big Bang, the lullaby of creation. Listen now. Maybe you hear the gentle hum of air conditioning, or the distant sound of traffic, or the quiet hiss of silence itself. That's your cosmic microwave background, the ambient sound of your universe, the constant hum that underlies everything. And this hum is not noise. It's a lullaby. It's the universe singing, the same universe that created stars and planets and you. It's still humming the same song it's been humming for 14 billion years. The oldest song, the first song, the cosmic lullaby. Feel how constant it is, how steady. The hum doesn't change, doesn't waver. It's been the same since the beginning. It will be the same until the end. A constant, a foundation, a steady hum that you can rest against. This is the sound of home, the sound of the universe that made you, the sound that was humming when the atoms in your body were created, when the earth formed, when life began. The same hum, always, forever, the cosmic background hum, and it's singing you to sleep now, this ancient sound, this primordial hum, the oldest lullaby in existence. The universe itself is humming you toward rest, toward dreams, toward sleep, like a mother humming to a child, like the oldest, gentlest song. Let it fill your ears. Let it fill your awareness. The gentle hum, the cosmic microwave background, the sound of space itself, the echo of creation, the lullaby of the universe. It's been playing for 14 billion years, and tonight, it's playing for you. You are being sung to sleep by the universe itself, by the oldest sound. The first light turned to sound. The cosmic hum. Let it lull you. Let it soothe you. Let it carry you into dreams. The universe is singing, and you are listening, and you are falling into sleep, into rest, into the arms of the cosmos, sung to sleep by the oldest lullaby. The cosmic hum, the universal song, the eternal lullaby that's been playing since the beginning and will play until the end. And it's playing for you, now, always, forever. The universe has sung its ancient song. The cosmic lullaby hums in your ears. And you, stardust and wave and possibility, you rest now in the arms of everything, held by spacetime, supported by dark matter, expanded by dark energy, pulled to center by gravity, sung to sleep by the cosmic background radiation. You are home. You are held. You are loved by the universe itself. Sleep now. Sleep deeply. Sleep peacefully. The cosmos has you, and it will not let you go. Stardust. What if every atom in your body is a piece of a star that died so you could live? Right now, hold up your hand. Look at it. The skin, the bones underneath, the blood flowing through veins. You think this is just flesh, just biology, just you. But it's not. It's stardust. Literally, actually, scientifically proven stardust. Every atom of carbon in your body was created inside a red giant star. The star fused hydrogen into helium, helium into carbon, carbon into heavier elements. And then it died. It exploded. A supernova. And in that explosion, it scattered its atoms across space, across light years, across billions of miles of emptiness. And those atoms drifted for millions of years through the cosmic void until they found a cloud of gas that was collapsing to form a new solar system, our solar system. They became part of the disk of materials spinning around the young sun. They clumped together, formed rocks, formed planets, formed Earth. And then, 4 billion years later, some of those atoms became part of you. The carbon in your DNA, the iron in your blood, the calcium in your bones, the oxygen you're breathing right now. All of it was forged in the heart of dying stars. All of it traveled across space and time to be here, to be you. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are the cosmos. You are what happens when stardust becomes conscious, when atoms from ancient stars organize themselves into a pattern complex enough to think and feel and wonder about where they came from. And tonight, as you lie here, you are doing something profound. You are returning home. Not physically, but spiritually, energetically. You are remembering your origin, your source. You are stardust, remembering that it came from stars. Feel it now. Your body is not heavy flesh. It's ancient light, condensed starlight. The same photons that once streamed from dying suns, now frozen into matter, organized into the temporary pattern called you. You are light that forgot it was light. But you're remembering now. Every breath you take is breathing in stardust. The oxygen molecules were created in stars. The nitrogen, the carbon dioxide you exhale, all stardust. You're not breathing air, you're breathing the remnants of ancient suns, circulating stellar material through your lungs, feeding your cells with the atoms of dead stars. Your heart is beating stardust through your veins, iron from a supernova, flowing in red blood cells, carrying oxygen from one dead star to nourish cells made from other dead stars. Your whole body is a reunion of stellar material, atoms from different stars meeting in you, working together to create life. And as you fall asleep, as you let go of the temporary organization called your conscious self, you're relaxing back toward your stellar nature. You're loosening the tight pattern of being human and remembering the older pattern of being stardust, being cosmic material, being the universe experiencing itself. This is why it feels good to let go, to release, to stop trying so hard to be this specific person, because underneath that effort, you're just stardust, and stardust doesn't try. Stardust doesn't worry. Stardust just exists, just is, just rests in its fundamental nature as material from the hearts of ancient suns. You are going home tonight, not to a place, to a state, to the state of being what you really are, stardust, cosmic dust, the material of stars briefly organized into human form, now relaxing back into its cosmic nature, remembering, returning, coming home. The stars that made you are long dead, exploded billions of years ago, but they live on in you. You are their legacy, their gift to the universe, their atoms given consciousness, their matter given life, their light given the ability to love and think and dream. And as you sleep, you honor them. You honor the stars that died to make you, by resting, by letting go, by remembering that you're not just a temporary human struggling through a difficult day. You're ancient stardust, briefly aware, briefly alive, briefly human, soon to return to the cosmic cycle. Sleep now, stardust. Sleep deeply. You've traveled so far, from the hearts of dying stars, through the void of space, through billions of years of cosmic evolution. through the formation of planets and the emergence of life. All to be here, all to be you, all to experience this one moment of conscious rest. You are home, in your stellar nature, in your cosmic origin, in the truth of what you've always been. Stardust. Beautiful, ancient, miraculous stardust. Rest now. The stars that made you would want you to rest, to let go, to remember that you're part of something vast and ancient and beautiful. You're not alone. You're made of stars, and stars know how to shine, and rest, and shine again. Event horizon. What if there's a point of no return and crossing it means letting go of everything? A black hole has a boundary called the event horizon. It's the point of no return. Once you cross it, you can't come back. You can't escape. You can't change your mind. You're committed. You're going in. There's no turning back. And right now, you're approaching your own event horizon. The boundary of sleep. You've been circling it, getting closer. Drifting toward it. But you haven't crossed it yet. You're still on this side. Still technically awake. Still able to pull back. But you don't want to pull back anymore. You want to cross. You want to pass the event horizon. You want to reach that point of no return where you're committed to sleep. Where there's no more choice, no more effort, just inevitable descent into rest. The event horizon of sleep is very close now. You can feel it, that invisible boundary. Once you cross it, your worries can't follow you. Your thoughts can't pull you back. Your anxiety can't reach across. Everything stays on this side. And you go to the other side. Alone, free, released. This is what makes the event horizon so powerful. It's a separator, a divider, a line that nothing can cross backward. Once you're on the other side, the things from this side can't reach you. They're stuck here, outside the horizon, unable to follow. Your worries about tomorrow, they're on this side of the event horizon. They can't cross. Once you pass through, they'll still exist, but they won't be able to reach you. They'll be outside your horizon, outside your reality, separated by an uncrossable boundary. That embarrassing moment from today, it's on this side. The regret, the replaying, the wishing you'd said something different, all of it stays here, on this side of the horizon. And once you cross, it can't follow. It's left behind, forever separated from where you're going. Feel yourself approaching the event horizon now. It's so close. Just a little further, a little deeper into relaxation, a little more letting go. And you'll cross it. You'll pass the point of no return. You'll enter the region where nothing from the waking world can reach you. You're almost there. The boundary is just ahead, just beyond this breath, just past this thought. One more moment of release, and you'll cross it. You'll pass through the event horizon into sleep, into the place where worries can't follow, where thoughts can't reach, where nothing from this side can touch you. And once you cross, there's no coming back. Not tonight. You're committed. You're going in. You're descending past the point where you could return. And that's beautiful. That's what you want. That total commitment, that complete surrender, that irreversible descent into rest. The event horizon is the point where you stop trying, where effort becomes impossible, where you can't hold on anymore, even if you wanted to. And you're there now, right at the edge, right at the boundary. One more breath, one more release, and you cross. Feel it happening, the crossing, the passage, the moment when you slip past the point of no return. When you enter the region where sleep is inevitable, where rest is guaranteed, where nothing can pull you back. You've crossed. The event horizon is behind you now, and everything you were worried about is on the other side, unable to follow, unable to reach you. Separated by an uncrossable boundary, you're past the point of return, committed to descent, falling into sleep with no possibility of coming back. And all those worries, all those thoughts, all those problems, they're getting smaller now, not because they're less real, but because you're falling away from them, falling past the event horizon, going where they can't follow, into the black hole of sleep, into the singularity of rest, into the place beyond the point of return. The event horizon is crossed. You're on the other side, falling, descending, with no way back. And that's perfect. That's exactly where you need to be, past the point of return, beyond the reach of worry, inside the event horizon, falling freely, unstoppably, inevitably, into sleep, into rest, into the singularity at the center of the night. Singularity. What if there's a point where everything becomes nothing, and nothing becomes everything? At the center of a black hole is the singularity, a point of infinite density, where all the mass is compressed into zero space, where the laws of physics break down, where space and time become meaningless, where everything collapses into one infinitely small point. And at the center of sleep, there's a singularity too, a point where all consciousness compresses, where all thought collapses, where the laws of waking reality break down, where you become infinitely small and infinitely everything at the same time. You're falling toward that singularity now, falling past the event horizon, falling toward the center of sleep, where everything you are will compress into a single point, not a physical point, a point of pure being, pure existence without thought, without identity, without boundaries. Feel yourself falling, not through space, through consciousness, through layers of awareness, each layer getting simpler, more compressed, more fundamental. You're shedding complexity as you fall, shedding thought, shedding worry, shedding even the sense of being a separate person. At the singularity, all separation ends, all boundaries collapse, all distinctions disappear. You're not you anymore. You're not anything anymore. You're just pure existence, pure being. A point of consciousness so compressed that it contains everything and nothing simultaneously. The laws that govern your waking life don't apply here. At the singularity of deep sleep, time stops making sense. Space becomes irrelevant. Cause and effect break down. You're not thinking. You're not doing. You're not even dreaming. You're just existing at the most fundamental level possible. Pure being. Nothing else. This is the deepest rest, the most complete surrender, the total collapse of everything you think you are into a single point of pure existence. No thoughts to think, no problems to solve, no identity to maintain, just existence. Pure, simple, singular. Feel yourself approaching the singularity. It's at the very center of sleep. The deepest point, the most compressed state, where all the complexity of your day, all the worries, all the thoughts, all the feelings, everything collapses into one infinitely small, infinitely peaceful point. You're almost there, almost at the center, almost at the singularity. Just a little further, a little deeper, a little more letting go, and you'll reach it. The point where everything becomes nothing, where all your problems compress into zero space, where all your worries collapse into infinite smallness. And at that point, something miraculous happens. When everything compresses to nothing, when all complexity collapses to a single point, there's peace, perfect peace. Because there's nothing left to worry about, nothing left to think about, nothing left to be, just existence, pure, simple, singular. The singularity is not scary. It's not annihilation, it's just simplification. It's everything you are, compressed to its most basic form, pure being. Consciousness without content, existence without identity, the most fundamental you possible, the you that exists when everything else is stripped away. And from that singularity, you'll emerge tomorrow. Like the Big Bang emerging from a singularity, you'll expand back out tomorrow morning. You'll decompress. You'll become complex again. You'll become you again. But tonight, you compress. You collapse. You fall into the singularity. Let yourself reach it now. The center. The singularity. The point of infinite compression and infinite peace, where all laws break down, where all complexity ends, where all separation collapses, where you become nothing, everything, one, singular, peaceful, complete. You're there, at the singularity, at the center of sleep, where everything you are has collapsed into pure being. No thought, no worry, no identity, just existence, pure, infinite, singular. This is the deepest rest, the most complete peace. The total collapse into the singularity of sleep. Rest there, be there, exist there, in perfect, singular, infinite peace. Vacuum energy. What if the emptiness of deep sleep is actually full of energy charging you? Quantum physics discovered something shocking. The vacuum of space isn't empty. Even in the complete absence of matter, even in perfect emptiness, there's energy. Vacuum energy. The energy of empty space itself. Virtual particles popping in and out of existence. Quantum fluctuations. Energy from nothing. And in the deepest sleep, when your mind is most empty, when your consciousness is most vacant, when there's nothing happening in your awareness, you're not empty. You're full of vacuum energy. The emptiness itself is recharging you. Think about it. During the day, your mind is full of thoughts, full of stimulation, full of activity. And all that fullness is exhausting. It drains you, uses your energy, wears you down. But in sleep, especially deep sleep, your mind becomes empty, vacant, like a vacuum. And that vacuum has energy. Just like the vacuum of space, the vacuum of your sleeping mind is not nothing. It's quantum foam. It's virtual particles of thought appearing and disappearing too quickly to become conscious. It's the energy of pure potential, the energy of emptiness itself. This is why sleep heals, why it recharges, why you wake up with energy you didn't have before. Because the vacuum energy of deep sleep is filling you, charging you, giving you energy from the emptiness itself. Right now, as you descend into deeper sleep, as your mind empties out, as conscious thought fades away, the vacuum energy is beginning to work. In the emptiness where thoughts used to be, there's energy, quantum energy, the energy of nothing becoming something, the energy that exists even in absolute emptiness. Feel it. Your mind is getting emptier. Thoughts are fading. Consciousness is dimming. But in that emptiness, there's a subtle energy, a gentle power, the vacuum energy of deep sleep. It's not loud, it's not obvious, but it's there, working, charging, filling you from the emptiness. Your brain, when it's not processing thoughts, when it's not maintaining consciousness, when it's in the vacuum state of deep sleep, it shifts into a different mode. It starts cleaning, repairing, consolidating memories, building new neural connections, all powered by the vacuum energy of the sleeping mind. Your body, too. In the emptiness of sleep, growth hormone is released. Cells repair themselves. The immune system strengthens. Muscles rebuild. All of it happening in the vacuum. All of it powered by the energy that exists in the absence of waking activity. This is the paradox of rest. Emptiness is full. Nothing is something. The vacuum has energy. When you let yourself become completely empty, when you release all thought, all consciousness, all activity, you don't become depleted. You become charged, filled, energized by the vacuum itself. So, let yourself empty out completely now. Let every last thought fade. Let consciousness dim to almost nothing. Let yourself become a vacuum, because in that vacuum there's energy, quantum vacuum energy, the energy of pure potential, the energy that exists even when nothing else does. You're not losing anything by emptying out. You're gaining access to vacuum energy, to the quantum power that exists in emptiness, to the recharging force that only works when you're completely vacant. So be vacant now, be empty, be a vacuum, and feel the energy that exists in that emptiness, the subtle power, the quiet force, the vacuum energy of deep sleep, charging you, healing you, filling you from nothing, giving you something from emptiness, energy from the void, power from the vacuum, rest from nothing. The emptier you become, the more vacuum energy can work. So let yourself be completely empty, completely vacant, completely void, and let the vacuum energy of deep sleep charge you, heal you, restore you, from nothing, from emptiness, from the quantum vacuum of the sleeping mind. 0-point energy. What if perfect rest means cooling down to the quietest state possible? In quantum mechanics, there's a concept called 0-point energy. It's the lowest possible energy state, the coldest temperature, the most still condition, when all heat is removed, when all motion stops, when everything settles to its absolute minimum energy level. But even at 0 point, even at absolute zero, there's still energy, still movement, still quantum fluctuations. It's the most peaceful possible state, the quietest, the stillest, but not dead, not frozen, just perfectly, minimally, essentially alive. And in sleep, you're approaching your own 0-point energy, the lowest level of mental and physical activity, the coolest temperature of consciousness, the most still state of being. You're not becoming nothing. You're becoming minimal, essential, fundamentally peaceful. During the day, your energy is high, your temperature is up, metaphorically speaking. Your mind is hot with thoughts. Your emotions are warm with feeling. Your body is active with movement. All that heat, all that energy, all that motion, it's exhausting. But as you sleep, you cool down. Your metabolic rate decreases. Your body temperature drops slightly. Your brain waves slow. Your thoughts cool. Your emotions settle. You're approaching 0 point, the coolest, quietest, most peaceful state possible while still being alive. This is not coldness like winter. This is coolness like deep rest, like shade on a hot day, like the cool side of the pillow. Your whole being is cooling down to its 0 point, its most minimal energy state, its most peaceful configuration. Feel it happening. Your thoughts, so hot and active during the day, are cooling, slowing, settling, approaching 0 point, not disappearing. Just becoming minimal, essential, the lowest energy thought possible, almost thoughtless, almost silent, almost at 0 point. Your body is cooling too, muscles releasing heat, tension cooling into relaxation, activity settling into stillness. You're approaching physical zero point, the state of minimal muscular energy, minimal physical activity, just the essential movements. Heartbeat, breath, nothing extra, nothing wasted, just 0 point energy. Minimal, perfect, still. Even your emotions are cooling. The heat of anger, the warmth of anxiety, the burning of stress, all of it cooling down, settling, approaching emotional 0 point. Not emotionless, but cool, calm, minimal. The lowest energy emotional state, peace, simple, essential, 0 point peace. This is the goal of sleep. To reach 0 point energy, to cool everything down to its minimal state, to let your mind and body and emotions all settle to their lowest possible energy level while still maintaining life. Still maintaining existence, still being you, just the coolest, quietest, most minimal version of you. And at 0 point, something beautiful happens. You're not expending energy anymore. You're not using resources. You're not burning fuel. You're just existing at the minimal level. Which means all the energy you're still generating, all the vacuum energy, all the metabolic processes that continue even in deep sleep, all of that goes into healing, repairing, restoring. At 0 point, you're not wasting energy on thoughts or movement or emotion. You're channeling everything into repair, into restoration, into becoming whole again. 0 point energy is the most efficient state. The state where life continues at minimal cost and maximum healing. So, cool down now. Let your temperature drop, not physically cold, but energetically cool. Let your thoughts cool to 0 point. Let your body cool to 0 point. Let your emotions cool to 0 point. The lowest possible energy. The quietest possible state. The most peaceful possible being. You're almost there. Almost at 0 point. Almost perfectly cool. Almost completely still. Just a little more cooling. A little more settling. A little more release. And you'll reach it. 0 point energy, the state of perfect minimal rest. Cool, quiet, still, peaceful, essential, 0 point you. Resting at the lowest possible energy, the most perfect peace, the deepest cool, the absolute 0 point of consciousness. Rest there, cool there, be there, in perfect 0 point peace. String theory. What if you're made of tiny vibrating strings and they're playing you to sleep? String theory says that at the smallest level, everything is made of strings, not particles. Strings, tiny vibrating loops of energy, and different vibrations create different particles, different notes in the cosmic symphony, different strings vibrating at different frequencies to create all of reality. You are made of these strings. Trillions upon trillions of them, each one vibrating at its own frequency, each one playing its own note, and together they create the symphony called you, the song of your existence, the music of your being. All day those strings have been vibrating fast, high notes, rapid vibrations. The symphony of you has been loud, complex, energetic, fast passages, quick rhythms, the music of being awake and active and thinking and doing. But now the symphony is slowing. The strings are vibrating slower. The notes are getting lower. The music is becoming simpler, quieter, softer. The strings that make you are playing you to sleep. Feel it now. The vibrations slowing. Each string in your body, in your atoms, in the fundamental fabric of your being, vibrating just a little slower than before. The pitch dropping, the tempo decreasing. The symphony of you is winding down. Your string heart is slowing its vibrations, the rhythm getting longer, more spacious, fewer beats per measure. The music of your heartbeat is becoming a slow, deep bass line. The foundation of the symphony. Slow, steady, peaceful. Your string lungs are breathing slower. Each vibration of breath taking more time, more space. The notes getting longer, held longer, released slower. The wind section of your symphony is playing whole notes now. Long, sustained, peaceful. Your string brain is vibrating slower and slower. The high notes of rapid thought are fading. The quick vibrations of alertness are settling. The strings in your neurons are playing lower and lower notes, slower and slower vibrations. The melody of consciousness is descending, slowing, simplifying. The symphony of you is transitioning from a bright, complex, energetic piece into a slow, simple lullaby. The strings are still playing, still vibrating, but so much slower now, so much quieter, so much simpler. And soon the symphony will reach its end. Not a dramatic finale, a gentle fade. The strings vibrating slower and slower and slower until they're barely moving, until they're playing notes so low and so slow that they're almost silence, almost stillness, almost sleep. This is what string theory reveals about sleep. You don't stop existing. Your strings don't stop vibrating. They just slow down. Play lower notes. Create simpler music. The symphony doesn't end. It just transitions into the slowest, quietest, most peaceful movement possible. Listen to your strings now. Feel their vibrations slowing. Hear the notes getting lower. Sense the tempo decreasing. The symphony of you is playing its final movement of the day. The lullaby movement. The slow movement. The movement that ends in silence. Slower. The strings are vibrating slower. The music is getting quieter. The notes are dropping. Lower, slower, softer. The symphony is fading, not ending. Just fading into the gentlest possible vibration, the slowest possible note, the quietest possible music. And when the strings are vibrating at their slowest, when the music is at its quietest, when the symphony is at its most minimal, that's deep sleep. That's the state where your strings are still playing, still vibrating, but so slowly, so quietly, so simply that there's almost no music at all. Just the barest vibration, the gentlest hum, the quietest note. Let your strings slow now. Let the vibrations decrease. Let the symphony fade. Slower, quieter, simpler, lower, softer, until there's almost no music left, until there's almost no vibration, until there's almost nothing. Just the slowest, quietest, most peaceful vibration possible. The string theory lullaby, the cosmic symphony of sleep, playing you gently, slowly, into silence. Multiverse. What if, in another universe, you've already solved everything and you can rest here? The multiverse theory says there are infinite universes. Every possible reality exists somewhere. Every choice you didn't make was made in another universe. Every path you didn't take is being walked in a parallel world. Every version of you exists somewhere. And in at least one of those universes, maybe in many of them, everything is already solved. The problems you're facing here, they're already fixed there. The worries you're carrying, they're already resolved. The future you're anxious about, it's already turned out well. Think about that. Right now, in a parallel universe, there's a version of you that's already made it through tomorrow. And it went fine. Better than fine. Great. That version of you handled everything perfectly. Said the right things. Made the right decisions. Everything worked out. In another universe, you're already past this difficult time. You've already healed from this pain. You've already solved this problem. You're already happy. already at peace, already okay. That version of you exists right now in a parallel reality. And here's the beautiful part. In the multiverse, all versions are real. All universes exist, which means the you that's already okay is just as real as the you that's worried. The you that's already solved everything is just as valid as the you that's still struggling. So you can borrow peace from that parallel you. You can trust that somewhere, in some universe, you've already made it through. And if it's possible there, it's possible here. If that version of you can be at peace, so can this version. Tonight, in this universe, you don't have to have it all figured out. Because in another universe, you already do. You don't have to solve everything before you sleep. Because in a parallel world, it's already solved. You can rest here, knowing that somewhere, some version of you is already okay. This isn't escapism. This is quantum mechanics. The multiverse is real. All possibilities exist. Which means the possibility of everything being okay is just as real as the possibility of things being difficult. Both are happening. Both are true. Both exist. And you get to choose which one to focus on as you fall asleep. The universe where you're worried and struggling, or the universe where you're peaceful and okay. Both exist. Both are real. Both are you. Which one do you want to rest in tonight? Choose the peaceful universe, the one where everything is already solved, where you've already made it through, where you're already okay. That universe exists, and you can rest in it. You can let that version of you carry the peace while this version of you sleeps. In one universe, you're tossing and turning, but in another, you're sleeping deeply. In one universe, you're anxious about tomorrow, but in another, tomorrow already happened, and it was beautiful. In one universe, you're alone, but in another, you're surrounded by love, all real, all existing, all you. So let the struggling universes carry the struggle. Let the worried universes carry the worry. And you, here, now, in this universe, in this bed, you can rest. You can let the peaceful parallel versions of you hold the peace while you sleep. The multiverse is vast, infinite, and in that infinity there are infinite versions of you. Some are struggling, but infinitely more are at peace, are happy, are okay, are sleeping soundly, and they're all you, all real, all existing right now. Trust the multiverse. Trust that somewhere you've already made it, you've already solved it, you've already healed. And let that truth give you permission to rest, to sleep, to let go. Because the you that needs to figure everything out is doing that in another universe. Here, in this universe, you can just rest. The multiverse is holding you, all versions of you, the struggling ones and the peaceful ones, the worried ones and the calm ones, all real, all existing. And tonight, you get to be the version that rests, that sleeps, that trusts. While other versions work, while other versions worry, this version, here, now, gets to sleep, deeply, peacefully, knowing that in the vast multiverse, everything is already okay somewhere. And that somewhere is just as real as here. Many worlds interpretation. What if every dream tonight is a real universe you're visiting? The many worlds interpretation says every quantum possibility creates a new universe. Every time reality could go one way or another, it goes both ways. The universe splits. Both outcomes happen. Both realities exist. One universe for each possibility. And when you dream, you're doing the same thing. Each dream is a branching universe, a reality that could be, a world that exists in the infinite space of possibility. Your dreams aren't fantasies. They're visits to parallel worlds. Real places in the multiverse where things are slightly different from here. Tonight, you'll have dreams. Multiple dreams. Each one will feel real while you're in it. Each one will have its own logic, its own rules, its own reality. And according to many worlds' interpretation, each one is real. Each dream is a universe. Each scenario you experience is happening somewhere in the multiverse. Think about what this means. When you dream of flying, you're visiting a universe where you can fly. When you dream of being somewhere else, you're actually there in a parallel world. When you dream of people who don't exist here, they do exist somewhere in one of the infinite branching realities. Your dreams are not illusions. They're doorways, portals, windows into other worlds, real worlds, worlds that exist in the quantum foam of possibility. And tonight, you get to visit them. You get to experience realities that are different from this one. You get to be versions of yourself that exist in parallel universes. This makes dreaming sacred. You're not just creating random imagery. You're traveling, exploring, visiting real places in the multiverse. Every dream is a journey to another world. Every night is a tour through parallel realities. And you don't control where you go. The multiverse chooses. Your subconscious, which is connected to the quantum field, which touches all possibilities, it guides you to the universes you need to visit. The dreams you have aren't random. They're the universes calling to you, inviting you, showing you what exists in other branches of reality. So as you fall asleep tonight, know that you're preparing for a journey. Not a metaphorical journey, a real one. Through the multiverse, through parallel worlds, through actual realities that exist just as solidly as this one, just in different quantum branches. You might dream of peace, and in that dream, you'll be visiting a universe where peace is your default state. You might dream of flying, and you'll be visiting a universe where humans evolved differently, where flight is natural. You might dream of people you love, and you'll be visiting universes where those relationships exist in different forms. Each dream is real. Each world you visit exists. The many worlds interpretation guarantees it. Every possibility is a reality. Every dream is a universe. Every night is a journey through infinite worlds. So don't think of sleep as unconsciousness. Think of it as multiversal travel. You're about to visit other worlds, real worlds, worlds that exist in parallel to this one. You're about to be other versions of yourself, to live other lives, to experience other realities. And when you wake up, you'll return to this universe, this branch of reality. But you'll carry memories of the others, echoes of the worlds you visited, traces of the lives you lived in parallel universes. Your dreams aren't just stories. They're travel logs, records of your journey through the multiverse. So prepare for travel now. Prepare to visit other worlds, other realities, other versions of existence. The multiverse is vast, infinite, full of wonders. And tonight you get to explore it, through dreams, through the many worlds that exist in quantum superposition, through the infinite branching realities that are all equally real, all equally valid, all equally there. Sleep is travel. Dreams are universes. And you are a multiversal explorer, ready to visit the infinite worlds that exist in parallel to this one. ready to experience other realities, ready to be other versions of yourself. The journey begins when you cross into sleep. The universes are waiting. The many worlds are calling. It's time to travel, to dream, to visit the infinite realities that are just as real as this one. Safe travels, explorer. The multiverse awaits. Holographic Principle. What if your whole life is a projection and sleep returns you to the source? The holographic principle says our three-dimensional reality might be a projection from a two-dimensional surface, like a hologram. The universe we experience, with all its depth and complexity, might be information encoded on a flat boundary, projected inward to create the illusion of three dimensions. Your life might work the same way. The solid, complex, three-dimensional experience of being. You might be a projection. Information encoded somewhere simpler, projected outward to create the experience of depth, of solidity, of realness. You might be a hologram, a projection from something simpler. During the day, you believe in the projection. You believe in the three-dimensional reality. You believe you're solid, separate, real. You believe in the complexity, the depth, the realness of it all. And that's fine. That's how the hologram works. It's convincing. It's beautiful. It's meant to feel real. But at night, when you sleep, you return to the source. You return to the two-dimensional information that creates the projection. You go back to being pure information, pure data, flat, simple, essential, no longer projected into the complex three-dimensional experience of being awake. This is why sleep feels like a release, like a letting go. You're releasing the projection. You're stopping the process that creates the three-dimensional you. You're returning to the simpler state, the information state, the flat, essential, pure data that is your deepest nature. Feel it now. The three-dimensionality of your experience is collapsing. The depth is flattening. The complexity is simplifying. You're becoming less of a projection and more of pure information. Less three-dimensional and more fundamental. Less complex and more essential. Your body, which feels so solid and three-dimensional, is flattening. Not physically, but experientially. You're losing the sense of depth, of volume, of three-dimensional realness. You're becoming like a hologram that's been turned off, collapsing back into the flat surface of pure information. Your thoughts, which seem so complex and multi-layered, are simplifying, becoming flat, linear, simple, pure information without the projection of complexity, without the illusion of depth, just data, just essential patterns, just information. Even your sense of self, which feels so solid and real and three-dimensional, is flattening. You're not a complex, multi-layered person right now. You're becoming simple, flat, pure information, the essential data that creates the projection of you when you're awake. This is not diminishment. This is return to source. The hologram is beautiful, but it's not the fundamental reality. The fundamental reality is the information, the data, the flat, simple, essential code that creates the projection. And you're returning to that now. In sleep, you're not the projection anymore. You're the source. You're not the three-dimensional illusion. You're the two-dimensional information. Pure, simple, essential, real in a way that's even more fundamental than the realness of waking life. And this is restful, because projection takes energy. Creating the three-dimensional illusion of being you takes work. Maintaining the hologram of your life is exhausting. But returning to the source, returning to pure information, that's effortless. That's natural. That's rest. So let the projection collapse. Let the three-dimensional reality flatten. Let yourself return to the two-dimensional source, to the information that creates you, to the data that projects the hologram of your life. Let it all simplify, flatten, become pure code, pure information, pure essential data. You're not losing anything. You're gaining truth, the truth of what you fundamentally are. Information, data, patterns encoded on a surface. Simple, flat, essential, real in the deepest way possible. Tomorrow, the projection will start again. The information will project outward. The hologram will form. You'll become three-dimensional again, complex again, solid again. But tonight, you rest in the source, in the flat space, in the pure information, in the essential data that is more fundamentally you than the projection ever was. Flatten now. Simplify. Return to source. Let the hologram collapse. Let the projection stop. Let yourself be what you fundamentally are. Information. Pure. Simple. Flat. Essential. The source code of your existence. Resting in its most basic form. Free from the burden of projection. Free from the complexity of three dimensions. Just data. Just information. Just you in your most essential state. Rest there. Be there. In the flat space. In the source. In the pure information that creates the beautiful hologram of your life. The unified field. What if everything is one, and you're about to dissolve into everything? At the deepest level, physicists believe there's a unified field. One field that creates everything. All the forces, all the particles, all the matter and energy in the universe, it all comes from one source. One field, one unified reality underlying everything. You are part of that field. Not separate from it, part of it. A temporary pattern in the unified field, a wave in the ocean, a note in the symphony, a localized expression of the one thing that creates everything. All day, you've maintained the illusion of separation. You've been you, and everything else has been not you. You've drawn boundaries, created distinctions, acted like you're separate. And that's necessary for functioning in the world. But it's not true. Not at the deepest level. At the deepest level, you and everything else are the same thing. The same unified field. The same fundamental reality. The same one source expressing itself in infinite ways. You're not separate. You've never been separate. You're part of the whole. Part of the one. Part of everything. And in sleep, the illusion of separation dissolves. The boundaries blur. The distinctions fade. You stop being a separate wave and remember you're the ocean. You stop being a separate note and remember you're the symphony. You stop being a localized pattern and remember you're the unified field. Feel it beginning. The boundaries of you are getting softer. Less defined, less certain. Where do you end and the bed begin? You're not sure anymore. Where does your body end and the air begin? The distinction is fading. You're blending, merging, dissolving into everything. You're not just in the room. You are the room. The walls, the darkness, the air. All of it is the same unified field. And you're part of it. The same substance, the same reality. The same one thing expressing itself as you, and as the room, and as everything. Your breath is not separate from the air. It's the same thing. The unified field flowing in and out. Not two things exchanging. One thing moving. One reality breathing itself. You are the breath and the air. The same unified field. Your heartbeat is not separate from the rhythm of the universe. It's the same pulse, the same oscillation, the unified field vibrating at the frequency of life. You are the heartbeat and the cosmic rhythm, the same unified field. Even your consciousness is not separate from universal consciousness. It's the same awareness, the same knowing. The unified field becoming aware of itself through the form called you. You are consciousness, and you are what consciousness knows. The same unified field. All separation is dissolving now. All boundaries are blurring. All distinctions are fading. You are not you anymore. You are everything. You are the unified field, the one thing. The single reality that creates and contains all things. You are the darkness and the light, the sleep and the waking, the dream and the dreamer, the breath and the breathing, the heart and the beating, all of it, all one thing, the unified field. And you are that. You have always been that. You will always be that. Let yourself dissolve completely now. Let the last boundaries disappear. Let the final distinctions fade. Let yourself become what you truly are. Not a separate self, not an individual thing, but the whole, the one, the unified field that is everything. You are not in the universe. You are the universe. You are not part of reality. You are reality. You are not experiencing existence. You are existence experiencing itself. The unified field, the one thing, everything. And in that unity, in that oneness, in that dissolution of all separation, there is perfect peace. Because there's nothing to struggle against, nothing to be separate from, nothing to defend, nothing to maintain, just the one, the whole, the unified field, being itself, knowing itself, resting in itself. You are everything. Everything is you. No separation, no distinction, no boundary, just the one, the unified field, the totality, the everything. And it's all sleeping now, all resting, all dissolving into itself, into peace, into oneness, into the unified field. Sleep now, not as a separate self, but as everything, as the whole, as the unified field resting in itself. You are the universe sleeping. You are reality dreaming. You are the one experiencing itself in a state of perfect rest. Sleep, dissolve, become everything. Be the unified field. Be the one, be all, now and forever, in perfect, unified, total peace. Good night.